Good morning. Welcome to Llantyp Major for day 2 of the Pura Vida MyPost Welsh National Surfing Championships. These are the junior surfers competing for final berth places and Welsh team places in the same process for the forthcoming European Junior Championships in Santa Cruz, Portugal in July. Challenging day yesterday with difficult surfing conditions, breezy wind, but today, as you can probably see on your screens, we have improved surf in the head-high range, taking us a little bit by surprise. We're expecting a bump in the swell, but it's bigger than anticipated, and you can probably hear my co-commentator Tom has just made his way back after do you have a lie-in, Tom? Is that why you're late?
Yeah, had to be done.
Well, we've already had 2 waves ridden in this heat. We're on the high tide mark. Nice little left-hander by our surfer in green. I believe that was Tom O'Leary. And here he's having another look.
Oh, yeah. Here he goes.
Here we
2
go.
back to back.
Oh, through the lip. Hold on. A little bit of a wobble,
Ooh.
but the first proper whack of the day.
Yeah, they'll give him a make on that, won't they?
For sure. So
That was Willem Beck.
Oh, was it?
In the
My
green,
apologies.
Yeah.
My
Now
apologies, Willem.
he did a big closeout Rio on the longboard yesterday, didn't he, to win the longboards?
That's right. Well, he started as he left off yesterday on his longboard, that's for sure. And he's already got 2 waves under his belt. We're in the first few minutes.
The judges will hold back a little bit for that sort of, what would you call it? The arched back.
Yeah, it was
recovery rather than the squatted knees.
Yeah, certainly it wasn't completely in control there for a moment, but he did regain and recover nicely.
It's an interesting one. I'm going to ask you about this now, right? It is possible, isn't it? I've heard Tom Carroll talk about this before. Not that Tom Carroll's necessarily tuning in to watch the Welsh, but you never know about this idea that sometimes you can land a manoeuvre, and the way that you land it, you can throw a bit of drama in.
Yes.
And it actually
Little
sells
fan.
the manoeuvre as kind of bigger
Than it is.
than it actually was. And so I wonder there with Willem Beck whether the landing kind of makes it look like he's gone for a really big, very ambitious closeout Rio.
Accentuates the closeout turn.
Yeah, and I suppose that's where the judges have got to be able to decide, really, then, haven't they? Whether they
Well,
take
there we are.
something off, they give something.
Just overheard the scores, and there we go. The live scores are now on our screen as
That's
well.
about right,
I
isn't
thought, that was in my mind, and I was going to say a 2.5 was in my mind for his opening ride. So,
it? Yeah.
what a great position to be in with still 16, well, just over 3 minutes gone, 2 scoring rides, a 4.5, I would say, with this drop in tide, that's going to be a keeper.
Yeah.
Really is.
That's a big factor to take into consideration here now, isn't it? The drop in tide and the rip.
Yes, the Llantyp rip now goes in a totally different direction as the tide flows out at speed.
Yeah.
Back down the channel. I was explaining to Katie David's mum Sophie about the challenges of the tidal reach and
So there's
flow in this
every
part of the world.
chance that the best waves will come through in the earliest parts of the heat, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, we've been down here about an hour or so, Tom, and we've seen some, reasonable sized sets come through. But you've got to wait. I think some of our surfers who've done a lot of travelling will understand that in certain parts of the world, you do have to wait quite a while, as those long period swells can take 10 minutes. You've got red. This is Tom O'Leary then. Oh. Just went up to hit there, and that little bit of white water just clipped him. It was like a tap tackle.
Yes.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, very simple. He was nearly at the line, and then he just got hard on the ankle, didn't he?
He was eyeing the prize of that lip sort of shoulder to lay a full rail carve down, I fancy. And you say he got swiped. Somebody came running in from behind, tap tackled, and down he went.
Well, O'Leary will be effectively thinking about being back at the drawing board. And Luca Rowan paddles one out back then that just wobbles underneath him. And I think it was a good decision to leave that one alone. It would have been a lot of work to get any manoeuvres done on the white water that rolled through.
Well, Luca's in a situation now, because we're running with priority, is he hasn't scored, ridden a wave yet. So he will remain, even though we paddle for that one, he'll remain with priority until he catches a wave. And he's going to have to, he's got a slower start, but that's not an issue at the moment.
So is there a priority judge, or are the judges running priority amongst themselves?
There is a priority judge up there, I believe, Tom. There should be.
Whose sole job is
Yeah,
priority.
yeah, exactly. I think Tim's taking care of that.
And correct me if I'm wrong now, when the GB Cup was held here, or it was called the British Cup that year, it was the last year before they changed it to the GB Cup, wasn't it? Didn't Kerry Powell from
Cornwall.
GB Surfing put on a
priority class?
for lots of the Welsh
green
judges.
Here we go. Willem, he's I
Oh,
like that.
nice.
Yeah, here we go. He's got another section here, just backed off. But
I like the
yeah, I like the approach there. Nice style, Willem. I haven't seen a lot of his surfing. I've heard rumours he's been ripping, and just like the way he approached that.
Now, director Diana is excited today about trying to use a couple of our replay features, although I know that we have a new replay button this year, and I think we haven't it's not been completely road tested yet, so if you do end up with a replay of just a bit of white water washing across the beach, then that's that. But we might get some replays as the day goes through.
As we mentioned yesterday, the bank holiday and the half-term week has resulted in a few people unable to be here. Competitors, officials, and our commentary team. Rob Blythe missing, and of course director Diana's camera team. Yeah,
she's on a skeleton team.
Yeah,
tell you what, she's a skilled lady. She can pull that stuff together. Director Diana, who hails from Galicia. From A Coruña, I've got it right. Is it A Coruña or La Coruña? Is La Coruña the Spanish and A Coruña the Galician? Yes, that's correct.
Well done, Tom.
And so from the A Coruña area, great waves up there. Doninos, you ever surfed there?
Do you know what? I've only been in that part of the world once, and that was for a Celtic water festival surf event. Was
that in Pantene or was it Doninos?
No, it was in Salinas.
That's back in Asturias, I think. Salinas,
it's more. Yeah, it's Asturias.
Nice beach break, nice A-frames.
It was great. It was really good.
Yeah.
But it was quite a social event, that one.
Was it?
Yeah, and
bit of tapas.
Oh, yeah, lots of the cider. When you do the long pour from the height.
Sangria.
What's that?
Escanciar.
There we go.
There we are.
I've always, if I've caught the ferry down till Bilbao or Santander, I've always veered
missed
left
the
to
section
France.
there, but he's got a bit of work done, and then if he gets a second tap,
felt he could have hit that.
Yeah, ejects and heads back out. I mean, Luca Owen is playing the patience game here now, holding the priority. He's nearly half the heat waiting.
Yeah, I wouldn't be panicked just yet.
No.
We have seen sets come through every sort of 5 to 7 minutes. We saw one at the start of this heat, and we saw one when they were paddling out. That was way bigger than anything we've seen so far. So hopefully something comes Luca's way, and I believe he'd be looking at those lefts that the boys are surfing.
Yeah, Greg was telling him this morning that the rights are. I heard Greg say the rights are bowling the wrong way. Luca, get on your back end.
Indeed. But
he's up against two goofy footers with pretty solid, stocky styles.
Yeah, indeed, and perhaps slightly more advantageous, maybe in these conditions. But
front side.
Yeah, I fancy.
Yes.
But then one thing I would say for Luca is that if he veers round off this, if you're watching this little insider here, you can get a reform right.
Yeah.
And that might suit him to get a kind of 2-3 turn combination.
Arthur Buick free surfed out there this morning, and he took a couple of rights, and they did look like they were quite
tapery.
Difficult. To pull around on and get a full turn out of them. Yeah,
you've got to be like lightning to your feet to get that up, whack back down, and then come left, then look for the reform right. I mean, this stage of tide, it's known as car park, because it's the tide will break in the car park at times. Before the break wall was built in the mid-90s, that's directly in front of us, and it's a significant break wall. There was a lovely, typical wedgy high tide peak.
Was there?
Yeah, it was a really good wave.
But it used to then sometimes in storms wash through people's cars, did it?
I mean, you can surf. Here we go.
Off the shoulder.
He's looking fast, isn't he?
There's a section here. Ooh, not quite the right decisions through that section.
with the speed he had there, he missed an opportunity just to give it one of those
a
sort of
drop
tail
wallet.
drop wallet or a slide. But still, he's looking quick. He's looking agile, and he is looking the surfer to beat in this heat, certainly. And he's just got something about his energy levels here this morning.
O'Leary has a sniff on the inside and chooses not to go. So Luca Owen waits.
Yeah, it has been slow for the bigger sets, and the early work that Willem put in is really paying dividends at the moment.
There can come a point, I suppose it's not such an issue for a 15-year-old spine.
Ooh. But Tom on his backhand, here he goes, got a section.
Missed it. Now there can come a point where enough paddling around prone out there can mean that when you do actually pop up to your feet, you're a little bit rusty.
Yeah, I was surprised. So I just listened to the announcer.
Green in the lead.
Oh, there we are. Well, looking at the scores there, he's got a 4.17 or 4.5, and I forget which one was for the first left, but that one with a lovely wrap-in.
4.5 was the
back.
first, and the 4.717 for the
a fair reflection. It was lovely surfing that forehand
roundhouse wraparound, wasn't it?
But sorry, I was about to say about Luca. The other boys had a little quick warm-up wave, and he didn't. It surprised me. I preferred to just get a wave or two under the belt just to dust down the night's rest.
Yeah, absolutely agree.
And find your feet, get your toes in the wax, as the expression is. God, look at that ring cloud to the left there, Tom. That looks fairly significant.
Somebody is having their rain delivered, aren't they?
Yeah, we had ours overnight, and it does suggest we've got a relatively dry day, or dry morning, followed by a lovely sunny bank holiday afternoon
here
in
the Vale of
Glamorgan.
Standing water in the lane and in the roads getting in here. I was surprised by that.
Yeah, it was a lot. Oh, right, here we go. Look outside.
Set of the day.
It does appear to be finally. Oh yeah, poor Luca. He's gone 12 minutes without a ride here. So this, with priority, he's kept his cool. And this set, it does seem as though there's 2 or 3 potential waves heading his way. He's going to have to make a decision here. He's got to go roll the dice sooner or later. Willem, up again. He's got a nice section here. Come on, Willem. Lovely stuff.
Turn of the heat.
If he does this one, here we go.
The wave of
2
the
through
heat,
the lip.
it?
Yeah. Luca.
And Luca goes. And he is going to go to the backhand.
Yep. Certainly
Difficult.
Drawn backhand off the bottom. Snap. He might just get another one here.
Turn here.
Yep.
And that. Now, I'd have stayed with that, wouldn't you?
I would. Let's see whether our energy levels would have been wasted by the looks, Tom.
Yeah, they would have been. It's dropped to nothing.
Dropped out. But yeah, he could have just shown a little of interest, just in case it popped up.
You could have got a back and forth for an extra half a point.
Mind you, not a lot of time. And look, priority, is he going to get out before Willem? Has he even clocked that?
Yeah.
Because if he was... There's a priority battle here.
It's gonna start with 6, that last one of Beck, don't you think?
I think so. It's the wave of the heat.
Look at that view of those cliffs. Exmoor, is that what they call that over there?
Yeah.
The Exmoor cliffs.
Well, it's the
Porlock.
Exmoor is it's not. Well, I suppose
it's the top,
cliffs.
isn't it? Yeah, the
cliffs.
Exmoor is the top, isn't it?
But the cliffs are of Porlock that we see, and there are occasions when it really does light up. It feels like you can almost touch it.
Yeah.
But it's a beautiful view.
There's a lovely fish and chip pub at Porlock Weir.
Yes.
When you surfed out at Lynmouth,
you
go there on the way back.
If you go back home that way, of course, which I tend to. It's just a lovely drive.
Oh, it's incredible.
Rather than whipping down the from Barnstable. Oh, Tom O'Leary. What's he got for us? He's got...
Luca Owen is now in second place, so he got a 2.27 for that last wave.
Here we go.
Leaves O'Leary needing a 1.4, which is, with 5.5 minutes left, is not guaranteed.
Well, Tom just took off on one. I don't think it was a 1.4.
No.
But if Luca just falls short.
If Luca Owen backs up a 1.
Well, look where Luca is now,
3.
and look at this lineup. Suddenly, there's a bit more action. Luca's back up. He's back down.
Yeah.
But of course, that will still add to his total because he's only had one wave. So if his hands left the rails, then it did appear that he'll get a 0 point something for that.
5.4. I was a little bit generous in calling that might start with 6.
Yep.
A lot more surf today. There are a few waves coming through over on the
Ledges?
left-hand side. So it's now called the Ledges at high tide,
Yeah,
isn't it?
ledges at high because of the flat rock.
Is it
And
now... It's
that
too
one.
low now for mini chopes, as you'd call it?
No, it's okay, but mini chopes, you need the incoming tide.
Right.
And it works for about 40 minutes an hour, if you're
Yeah.
lucky. And need the wind a bit more west.
Saw
The odd one.
Saw Alex Morris
Yeah, you got
get
a
a
belter.
massive barrel there during
Mm.
a Wilkinson sword years and years and years ago.
Yeah,
Remember
it was
that
a good-
wave?
Yeah, no, it was a great wave. You can get them out there like that. It's
What is Al Morris doing with himself nowadays? He's surfing a bit, isn't he?
yeah. I saw him not long ago. He's down in. I say not long ago. It was back
Yeah.
in October last year. We were having a surf at one of the remote beaches there that was
Yeah.
in absolutely prime conditions, 3 4, maybe 5 foot in the
All
sets,
right.
barreling lefts, and
Yeah.
he is really, really good in the tube. Is Al?
He's the main man at that spot, isn't he?
But it wasn't that spot,
Oh, wasn't it?
and he is one of the main men there. That's for sure.
Oh
if-
no,
if not
I enjoy
main
the
man.
competitive fire in your eyes, as you say, one of the main men, because I would imagine that you probably like to try and stake a claim to being one of the.
I'm not a local down there, Tom.
Yeah. Well, you often get some of the. You often get among the waves of the swell when you go there.
I do like to frequent that part of the world. It's got a long relationship with that particular wave you're on about, the
Has
wedge.
Al's just sort of stepped back a little bit from competing, though, has he? I mean, he
Yeah.
always was a kind of a free surfer style, wasn't he? I suppose you'd call that.
Yeah, I mean, he was. He surfs so much
He
when he's
does.
in the water. It's
Yeah.
just the hours he puts in is incredible. That day, I think he surfed for about 6 hours, and
Wow.
his energy levels, incredible. But yeah, great surfer, great forehand tube rider, good in the air, and it'd be great to see Al come back. And
Yeah,
compete.
we might see him in the jersey at some point, mightn't we?
Yeah, he might do, but say it was. I think I always fancied with Al that. I think he came runner up once or twice in the Welsh Nationals, and
did, yeah.
I think if he got that title, maybe that would have.
Yeah.
I think he might have been frustrated by one or two of those results, and
I remember. I'm just
maybe
trying to think.
that just put him off.
He won that big night surfing competition in
Yeah.
Porthcawl. Do you remember that one?
Yeah. He's very accomplished, lots of travel in
Yeah.
Indo and those sorts of places. But let's get back to 2 minutes 20 seconds left, Tom. Set incoming. This next exchange.
The pressure's on O'Leary, isn't it?
It definitely is. But this next exchange will certainly
He's got priority.
determine the outcome of this heat.
And I suppose what you do want as a neutral viewer is 2 minutes left in a heat, and the surfer who needs the score to be the surfer who has priority. And it's not a big score he needs. It's a 1.41. I think Luca Owen will be hoping that the requirement ends up being higher, and I suppose O'Leary has to imagine it would be, because if Luca Owen picks off another wave and gets anything above a 1.33, then O'Leary is going to end up needing more than the 1.41.
Yeah. And the situation you don't want to be in with the clock counting down is a situation where you're looking out to sea and there's nothing
And there's
out
no-
there.
Or-
And that's not the case here, Tom. There's in fact, I would say it's by far the largest set.
O'Leary has come inside a bit, though, hasn't he? So he
Yes.
is now possibly.
It may
He's gonna go for the score on this little insider here. So 1.41. You'd imagine that he's gonna get it for this. If he glances off this and makes it. Now, I don't know if they'll give him the make, but I think they'll give the 1.41 for that either way.
He's got the 1.41 and
And
1
so
minute left.
Does Luca Owen know that he needs a score? And
Well,
it's
he
not
must
a big
do.
one.
It's not if you look at Luca's score tally, he's got
Yeah.
a 1.33 to remove. He's capable of that. We know that. We've seen that already.
It's not a big score that he needs at all here. 50
No.
seconds left.
And again, there's quite a few lines in the approaching the Lantuit lineup here, and will he get the
I
opportunity?
don't think O'Leary's going to go a lot further than the 1.4 because I don't think they'll give him the make on that bit of whitewater. 35 seconds, so it is.
Oh, it's all down to this now.
It's
If
it.
Luca gets one now,
He's a little bit
he's just sort of sat a
west
bit long
in the lineup, isn't he? I think he's not going to be able to pick one up from there. So it's going to be. We were debating whether we call this a buzzer beater. Does the buzzer have to go while you're still standing for it to be a buzzer beater? So it's a little bit earlier than the buzzer.
Well, you need to be up on your feet
A
before
countdown
the buzzer.
beater.
Yeah.
Or a final minute beater,
Well,
but
yeah.
we're still waiting for the score. And do you know, I'm not sure they've given it. I don't see a waiting for scores symbol on our screen.
It's going to come through now because the 0.9 was
0.9
was
was
his
already
previous.
his backup,
yeah,
was it? So this is the end of the heat.
The heat's ended.
So we are anticipating that Tom O'Leary is going to jump up into second place with that last ride then.
Exciting heat, that, Tom.
Very exciting ending, yeah. I agree. And
I
great
enjoyed
surfing
that.
from Willem Beck.
Yeah, he was the man in rhythm with the ocean.
He was.
In that heat. Luca, a very slow start, but he did exactly what was expected of him, I think,
Yeah.
and got 2 backhand hooks. Tom was frantically paddling around out there, but things didn't go his. He was getting opportunity, but it just didn't work out for him. So we still await whether there's a score to drop here. We believe there is, and we believe that Tom will advance, but just waiting on the judges.
Yeah.
They're obviously debating this one.
There isn't a waiting for scores symbol on the screen, but I think 0.9, it just felt like
It's got to be above
he
that.
travelled along enough, hadn't
Because he did a little sort of semi-check turn, didn't he? And then
Yes.
came up. So it's got to be over a 1. It certainly is. I mean, I've been in the sort of 1.6 region. It's
it's
only
very, very close,
yeah.
I would imagine.
I'm waiting the countdown with the next heat. And
Well, you'd imagine the countdown is now while they're finishing the previous heat.
well,
wouldn't you
they're
guess?
obviously given it.
Yeah, so they have got the next one up on the screen. There it is.
Well,
Our scores are now slightly behind. I
Yeah.
can tell you that in the water, do pretty well getting through his heat yesterday, didn't we? In the under-18s in the last round. Well, in fact, we saw both of him and. So I'm going to see if I can get
see if
the
you can get
result.
that result, because it's frozen on our screen at the moment. So
that
apologies,
was
viewers.
the under-18 boys
Semi-final. There we go.
Semi-final. And O'Leary did
Yeah.
jump up into second. Let me see if I can find out what the score was. They gave him a 2.07.
Yeah, that's about right.
It is about right.
Yeah.
So there we go.
The finish wasn't convincing, but it was enough. And
and
I'd
the
say that
viewers-
little check turn was critical,
Job
because
done.
if he didn't do that check turn and just
Yeah.
went and just sort of fell on that second turn, he wouldn't have got the score, I
No.
don't think. So
So it's a live scoreboard now for you at home is now up to date. Here we can see Buick, Williams and Holmes.
and
Now, Ewan Buick surfed very well yesterday on his backhand, and I think, and here he goes now. We're going to see him on his front hand.
well, now
Oh no, he's gone backhand.
he's a lot further away down there.
He's beaten the camera. There was one check turn.
Backhand check turn, green up and riding as well.
A bit
He's got he's got this. Here we go.
There's a
3
reform.
turn wave.
Oh,
2.5 turn wave. It was a slightly lumpy one. Greens. Kyman's was didn't offer much. Here we go. Kobe. He's on a nice looking left.
he is.
Oh, that was a nice forehand. Oh dear.
Ooh, they won't give him the make there. will
No, it's the turn was looking nice there for a moment, Tom. So 3 rides in the early stages of this heat. I don't think any of them will be particularly satisfied that they've
they? No.
with their scores, but
All the surfing is yet to come.
yeah, I think Kobe was probably on the best section, and Ewan managed to get sort of 2, as you were kind of score creating turns in, weren't they? They were
Yeah.
really kind of, it was a little forced and a lot of effort to cram that in, but you just don't know. I mean, we saw in that last heat, what was the requirement for Tom O'Leary, 1.4 or something. So if he gets a 2,
It might end up
that
being
might
used.
be exactly that. But we would expect perhaps a little more from Ewan, because he has been a man in form.
3-5 for the first of Ewan
Yeah.
Buick in the red.
Okay.
About right again, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't a huge amount of lip or steep face on that wave, so it was difficult to surf. I know I don't think we caught in on the camera.
No.
But 2 backhand off the tops and a kind of third one where the wave just literally started going back out to sea almost,
Yes.
didn't it? So he'll be happy with that.
O'Leary
Here we go.
and Willem Beck. Well, I mean, this is state the obvious. They're both into the final, but they'll both be
yes.
thinking about first place as their target for the final. In fact, and I think there's a good chance. What will be good about this final today is I think we could be looking at 3 or more, maybe even all 4 competitors in the final in it to win it. Because sometimes you do get a final where there'll be competitors, they're delighted they've made the final.
Yeah.
But I think we've got
That
surfers
feels like
here.
a win in itself, doesn't it? Yeah.
We've got surfers here So the surfers who've gone through that
Green.
heat and the surfers in now are all surfers who will be fancying trying to win this event.
Yeah.
It'll be because of the absence as well of, we do have two excellent, I'm going to say world-class juniors absent in Eli Perrins-Davis and Elliot Barton.
Yeah. Look at Ewan again. That's a better turn. Here we go. He's got a section here. Crack. There we go. Thank you very much. Well done, Ewan. I would say
turn of the event.
I'm not sure of necessarily turn of the event, but probably the best surfed. Well, we had Willem had a nice score, didn't he? He had the 2 and hits.
Yes,
I would
he
say
did.
That was a better ride.
5.4.
5.4. I'm thinking it depends. That backhand crack was nice.
Let me have a go at being wrong. I'm going to say that last of Ewan Buick in the red gets more than Willem Beck's 5.4 in the last heat.
Yeah, it might just nudge into a 5.7, that one.
Because
just the fact that he came up square.
It's the first time we've seen someone come off the bottom and off the top in a lip that is higher than their own shoulder.
Yeah, I agree. And he's a tall lad as well, Ewan.
It's a lovely backhand that he's got. I enjoy watching it.
Yeah, he's really developed his surfing over the course of the last 12, 18 months.
It's going to be a big point scorer for him over the years if he can keep that sort of.
Oh yeah, if you've got a good square off the bottom backhand and straight through the lip approach, that will always be a weapon. At any break, well, apart from a left, if you're a goofy foot.
We could try and get a refresh on the scores.
Oh,
so it's coming
set
at
on here,
6.
6. There we go.
6 for the last of red.
Yep. That's he's in again. He's on fire here.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Just keeps the others off there.
Commentate. Yeah. Do you know what? I don't know what the priority situation is, but I don't think he had priority.
No.
And I think he saw one of the other lads show an interest, so decided to hit the eject button. And smart move there, because any sort of interference, and he would have been punished for that. So he's in again, it's almost an action replay from the previous heat with Willem. You've got one surfer completely in sync with Mother Nature, and the other guys in a bit of a battle and a tussle. But we've got what we would class as a car park right there, Tom. Look at that one coming across.
Oh yeah, nice.
And that actually offers a bit of a. Every now and again, the old car park wave just shows its face.
Just outside of the picture, it washed its way into the edge of what you can see at home. But there are waves out there. There is a rip in the lineup now, isn't there?
Yeah, strong rip, and it's heading back down the channel towards.
Is that why they're going to go on hold for half an hour?
Yeah, it can become unmanageable,
right.
And especially at this particular stage. And I would hasten to add that I think co-contest director Bateman and John have decided to go over to the ledges, which we have seen a couple of waves break over there. Got the under 16 girls, I think, semi-final to run or final.
Yes.
Go back to over that, and
so
that's
the idea is to try and get a little bit more to get the swell talking to the ocean floor a little bit more again, so that there's less rip.
Yeah, and it's deeper water over there. But the one thing we do know about the ledges is, even at knee to waist high, it's a really surfable wave, and we've got plenty of swell still. Although, as you can, viewers might be able to see, the outgoing tug of the tide is having an effect on these wave faces. You can almost see them.
We do have the tides.
Oh, green paddling. Nice section here.
And here we go.
Yeah, could have sold that to the judges a little bit more. Kind of lost interest as he came towards the white water.
Not quite up there with Kaiman's performance yesterday.
But
so today's high tide, or today's low, is around about the 3:30 mark, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we're hoping to wrap this up. I've spoken to Mr. Bateman this morning. We had a very heated debate about what time we should have started today.
There we go. 3:33 p.m. and a 2.4 meter.
Yeah.
So, and we're dropping back from an 8.7. So slightly smaller tides than yesterday, and
much more swell.
Yeah, a little bit later as well.
But one of the things when we're not going to keep everyone hanging around too long today, because the fear is that the low tide, the wind's going to be stronger this afternoon, and the swell's due to sort of depart,
Right.
and it's not a long range full hit swell. This one, it's got a kind of short lifespan, so we're going to try and utilise this outgoing tide, where we might get some fun conditions.
You see on the screen as well there the information telling us that it's 9:15 sunset tonight, and it's going to be dry and sunny all afternoon. So I suppose you have got that if it really went, but you're worried that there's not much swell when it pushes back through,
Green,
right?
he is on a car park right here, and it's
going to come into the screen now.
Yeah.
Oh, a big first turn.
Nice sort of power gouge, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was what he was doing yesterday.
And he was a bit late into that one. He caught it he caught sight of it, and he made a beeline, got on the end of it. If I dare say, he'd been there,
yes,
sort of 20 seconds earlier, he'd have got a nice section to hit out the back. Ewan Buick's favouring his backhand again.
Nice.
Sort of a carvy hit there. And this is a difficult wave to serve. He's keeping with it.
Well, he's putting together a few points there now, isn't he? And there's even a chance of a reform here.
Yeah,
he's got to believe now, hasn't he? Yeah, off the white water.
He has got to believe. And what's in his scoreline? Is he going to replace a 3.5? I'm not sure.
He needs to get himself to the gym and go on either doing some squats or doing a bit of time on what's that really horrible the assault bike, working on the legs, because you can end up with jelly legs when you do too much pumping through that kind of white water, can't you? And it can be quite hard to then.
Green having a look again, Kyan. Now this is going to be, if he can get turning here, he's going to be in a good nick, because he's sitting in second. Kobe, he's
got some work to do.
I don't know, something about the white vest this morning has resulted in being a bit lost at sea.
Yeah,
we saw that with Luca.
Greens are winning over whites, aren't they?
Yeah, green seems
Green won the last heat.
Yeah. Well, red Ewan is the top seed. The red vest usually indicates the top seed.
How much sway do you hold on the colours of vests? Greg was telling us yesterday that he thinks that the red vest it's the colour of blood. It makes the judges excited. It tells people you're the top dog in the heat.
I have no sort of thought process on that at all. Here we go. Kobe does the forehand turn. He might have been better just keeping with that one and just sort of heading down the line.
I feel as though some of the best I've felt in a heat. This is really overthinking things, but that's part of our job. We're analysts. For me, I reckon some of the best surfing memories I have of surfing well in heats is in a white vest.
I used to, when I was a kid, I might think, white W win, and
right.
sort of red, you were first, and you won your semi-final, which means it'll be harder to back that up with another win. So I sometimes wouldn't fancy the red. Ewan, here we go. It's got a nice section. Yeah. Again, I think. Oh no, that was lovely. Great stuff. I thought he might have overcooked it there with that forehand turn, but it set him up for a lovely tail waft.
We're going to have an attempt at the replay button now, and I don't know if it's worked. So you're watching a live experiment right now.
Here we go.
Not quite.
No,
that was somebody else.
Well, we'll have another go at that.
I think that replay was from about a year ago.
I thought you were going to have some scene with me running up the rocks and stubbing my toe or something. Just that we got a replay here.
Well, we did have a replay on there once. I was having a bit of a laugh during the Masters a few years ago, and Craig Burrows had fallen off on a takeoff, and it was a proper sort of banana skin, falling off the back of the tail at the bottom of the wave, and I'd put it on replay about 15 times. And then a year later, we were at a slightly more serious event, the British Cup.
Yeah.
And we went for a replay of a very serious competitor. It was Stanley Norman, or it was Luke Dillon, or it was Lucy Campbell, or it was somebody. And the replay of their huge manoeuvre was still Craig Burrows falling off the back of his board.
Brilliant.
So Burrows went out to a national UK-wide audience.
Well, worldwide audience when you're online.
Yeah.
And
it was yesterday, wasn't it? Cabo Verde.
Yeah, indeed.
Which we learned was an African state.
Yeah.
Formerly a European colony.
Educating our viewers as well as keeping them up to date with the latest action. And while we got a sort of break in action, we we should sort of, and we didn't discuss it amazingly yesterday, was the fact that Tahiti's on at the moment, WSL,
Yes.
and is followed by the Olympic Games.
Cayman.
And we actually have a British surfer in a position where they may actually make the Olympics to compete. Did you know that?
I didn't.
Okay,
Do
so
tell.
thanks to the ISA World Games, where, as I say, the Welsh Nationals is a feeder. It's the first step onto the Olympic pathway. So our senior surfers, or adult surfers, men and women, if they make the Welsh team from the result at this event, they then go to compete at the British Cup. And if they make the British team from the British Cup,
then they go to the Worlds in Puerto Rico.
They went to the go to the Worlds in Puerto Rico, or you may have a wild card position due to your world ranking on the World Professional Surf Tour. And then this year at Puerto Rico, Sky Brown was awarded the wild card position based on her World Tour position, which is the highest ranked British surfer, female surfer, on the World Tour, because she competes on the Asian circuit. And she went to the Worlds, and she got really close to automatically qualifying for the Olympic Games. She was a heat short of qualifying. But what I didn't know is there is an alternative list at the Olympic Games. That means
from emerging nations, right? Because I saw they gave.
No, it's not. It's not necessarily. No? Yeah, it's a lot. There's the emerging nations.
Because they gave a slot to Brian Perez from El Salvador, didn't they? I saw
and one of the girls from El Salvador. Apologies, viewers, I forget the name. But so there's 2 El Salvadorian surfers awarded those positions. But depending on because there's a list of 24 surfers, something like that, from all the various nations. And depending on which surfer might be injured or unable to compete, there is a replacement surfer. And it's not quite as simple as, well, there's a pecking order of, Sky Brown's second in the pecking order, and therefore if any surfer drops out, she would be that second in the pecking order. Depending on which nation, because of representation numbers,
I see.
Sky Brown is, I think she would replace something about, it's almost 2/3 of the field if one of those surfers are injured.
Was injured, right?
So, and she is first in line.
Wow.
Yep.
So it's not impossible.
Certainly not, because
she's qualified for the skateboarding as well.
Yeah. And well, she's
so she'd potentially have to jump on a plane from Paris to Parpete or whatever it's called.
Yeah, and that the schedule, I have been told, has been created so that to make that possible. So Sky Brown could become
a double Olympian.
Well, competing in 2 categories, 2 opposite sides of the world, and she would be the first British surfer to compete in the Olympic Games. There we go.
Well, that would be incredible, wouldn't it?
No, it's nice for me to be able to educate you on the odd occasion, Tom.
Yeah.
So, exciting stuff. So, whilst we do not wish any of the athletes that have qualified... Oh, here we go. Ewan, this is a boat.
Oh, over the handlebars.
Yeah, that wave looks so it's going to present
There's
something, but it didn't.
2 3/4 of a minute left in this now, and Kobe Williams has had a slow one, and he is currently in deep water and paddling, so he's got some work to do if in 2.5 minutes he's going to get a wave. He's going to have to try and do it in 1 wave now. There is still a score to come for Kobe Williams, but it isn't going to be a 2.83. So he has just ridden one, but I don't think it was going to be a 2.83.
No.
We'll have a little look now at whether we can get.
There's a second coming,
and so that that's now in. It's a 0.9. So Kobe still needing a 2.67.
Look, it is difficult out there, but what's interesting is
gettable.
Ewan has had multiple waves that have all offered him something, and he's sat a lot further down the beach. And here he goes again on the left, bang!
Oh, lovely!
Yeah, just lost a little control through it, but through the tail. We're liking that. Don't think that's going to go into his top 2, but still, the amount of waves that he's caught with scoring potential, must have had about 6-8 scoring potential rides. Whether the other 2 lads seem to be sat a lot further to the west and kind of watching Ewan pick off wave after wave. Here we go, Kobe. This could make a difference.
Oh, yeah,
forehand
it could,
smash.
couldn't it? I mean, now that would be taking him close.
Yeah, cheers from his friends on the rocks there. There's some clapping going on. They
Without
like it.
Kaiman right in another wave with a minute left, 2.83 is not beyond the bounds of possibility. I think it's probably going to be just under, but I've seen it given. What do you reckon, Vorney?
Well, I think you're right. But if nothing else, he's got a minute left. The outgoing rip will help. He could pick up another one. Kayan's up here. Now, this will make a difference if he can land a turn here.
I think they'll... Oh, that's very good. Right,
What's
he
in
was
his
looking to
scoreline?
replace a 1.43. I don't know if he'd have done it with that.
Ewan again. Look, he's on another scoring ride. I thought he was on a
Victory lap. Oh, to the air.
to the air. First bit of aerial type surfing we've seen. And that was always going to be a tricky section. But that as he took off then, it reminded me of one of the ways Anne Harrod John got on the longboards last year. And she sort of tucked in for a nice little tube. But yeah, didn't quite open up sufficiently to get a tube ride. That would have been quite something. Oh, here he goes. Kobe's up again. Oh, well, here we go. This.
Oh, it's bowling nicely, but it's just not quite giving him a lip. Now,
Well, he's having a go, Tom.
he is having a go, and if he can keep moving, there's applause from the beach. They're trying to say he's got it. That was some sort of claim at the end, was it?
Well, what's in his scoreline? He needed to get rid of a 0.87
and a 0. So actually, on account of getting the 2 waves back to back,
Oh, wow.
it's not impossible that this has happened here. Let's have a little look.
That a flurry of action there,
That's
wasn't it?
that's gonna end up very close, because you're right. Even if he doesn't get the 2.67 in one, he could have got the combined total of Kaiman, and now that's assuming that Kaiman hasn't betted a 1.43 on his last. So Kobe's looking really for a combined combination of about 4 across those 2 waves, and I think that across the 2 waves, I think Kobe ends up getting it here across those last 2 waves.
Well, Kaiman, if you remember, he had that right where he did that kind of lovely sort of forehand gouge, and
they gave him a 2.27 for that.
Yeah, and I would say that was a much stronger turn than we saw of
Kobe.
Of Kobe's. But Kobe
Not
had
back
3
to
of
that, was
them.
he? Yeah.
Yeah, Kaiman got a bit lost at sea there.
So the
didn't he,
judges
for
are
that
having
heat?
a good think here now, and we're going to see. Let's have a look at both the scores of Kobe and Kaiman are still to drop. So the first score of Kaiman is going to affect what 2 scores Kobe needs, but there are 3 waves to drop that are going to shape the outcome of this heat. Buick is through in first with the top 2 waves of the day.
Solid performance, by the way. 5 scoring rides in that heat.
Yeah.
They were out there, and I just felt that he positioned himself perfectly in that heat.
The first and the third highest score of the day on his 2 waves.
Well served.
So Kobe's last waves are a 3.03 and a 1.93. They combine to a total of 4.96, leaving Kaiman needing a 2.7 on his last wave, which I think is a tall order. But we'll see. They gave Kobe a 3.03, so they gave that as being worth a little bit more than the wave of Kaiman. I suppose it was a decent long ride. It was bowling in well. 1.47 the last of Kaiman. Kobe has done it.
Well.
So Kobe has leapfrogged Kaiman in the dying... In the last 2 minutes, he's got 2 waves. What do we think to that?
Well, I tell you what, I think of that, Tom. That just goes to show you are, if you're in it, keep believing. And he believed, and we said he had 60 seconds left. Just got his first notable ride, and then he backed that up straight away. What a finish. And he's through to the final. He'll be delighted.
So, Candelaria Rezano of Nicaragua is the other women's Unity slot qualifier.
Right, there we go. Thank you very much for that.
So Brian Perez of El Salvador and Candelaria Rosario for the women's. But
go online and have a look at that for the Sky Brown thing. It's quite a document. When I saw it,
I did not know that. That's fascinating.
Yeah, it came via the ISA on an email. It took me about half an hour to get my head around it. Cause I was like, why is Sky Brown appearing as a replacement, as a first alternative, then a third, and then a second, and then through depending on all the surface? Then read the small print and phoned a friend, and it all made sense.
How interesting.
Well, we're on hold for half an hour here, Tom.
Yeah.
And viewers, while we wait for the ledges on the left-hand side of the beach, which is showing a few indicator ways, looks like there'll be some nice little shoulder height. We'll be back in half an hour. Look forward to your company then.
Great stuff. See you soon. Hello and welcome back. We've just blown the horn to start the next heat. Now, it is my understanding that the heat in the water is the girls, so I think we're going to get that live scoreboard refreshed again. And as soon as that happens, you at home will be able to see who is in the water. I believe that we are running a final, and we have moved over to they call it the left-hand side, or they're calling it ledges. It's a lifelong pursuit trying to work out what it is they call the various surf spots here at Llantuit. But the ledges are on and doing their thing. It's the under-16 girls final, and I think we do now have the right scores up on the screen, so you can see that the surfer up and riding there was, I believe, Indy Lynch, I do believe. And then I think this is Josie Hawke with an in and out. We'll confirm as soon as we know for sure. 4 very good surfers in this girls' final. So this is the under-16 girls. Sometimes they call it the cadet. And on the front side now, this is Josie Hawke, and she gets a front side wrap. And then she goes on to the inside. She's gone right round the corner towards Aberthaw. So Indy Lynch rode the first, opened her account with the pink board. And Josie Hawke is going to get 2 waves on the board straight away here. Now, the first of Josie Hawke is coming at a 2.5. And the second wave of Josie Hawke, I would imagine, is going to go even higher than that. So Hawke off to a bit of a flyer. Mark Vaughan has joined me.
Flyer. Nice pun there, Tom. Was that intended, or was it accidental?
It's always intended. It's always intended. Now, do you know the name given to a pun that is not intended?
God. Come on then.
It's called a malapropism.
Okay.
I've also heard some good malapropisms can also be when somebody uses the wrong word. So, for example, I heard a really good one the other day. I heard someone talking about buying a house in a nice part of South Wales that was quite near the beach. And I heard them say that they wanted... I heard them say they were worried about the house prices because it was a very effluent area. And here we go on the back side. This is Poppy Owen. Ripping, as opposed to affluent.
Yes.
Now, of course, effluent means...
We all know what that means.
Shelmadine.
Yep. Interesting decision to go left. It's
the wrong
decision. Setty over there, but it's lovely and clean, Tom. Literally, as you may have seen...
Looks super fun, doesn't it?
Hawke. I was quite surprised that we had a little half an hour interlude, so I stole an opportunity to get wet.
Did you?
Yeah. 4 waves.
What, so you went in your board shorts, did you?
No, suited up.
You suited up and went in, did you?
I don't think I'm not in peak physical condition at the moment, Tom. I think that would be a fair statement. And I don't... People are still having their breakfast, so...
That's a canny move. I'd have joined you if I'd known you were doing that.
Josie, yes. Well, I have learned one thing from you, apart from the fact you can talk a glass eye to sleep, but that being... If you've got an opportunity to have a wave, and you've got family, you're away from the family, you just steal a wave or two.
Get in.
Yep, and that's what I did there. And it was actually really good fun.
So you surfed the waves these guys are now in, did you?
Yeah. And the set waves are shoulder high, really, really surfable. There's a nice little push on this wave, though it probably looks quite small maybe from where on some of the inside waves these girls are catching at the moment. But when the sets do come through, you and Buick also joined me for a quick wave, and he seemed to get the pick of the bunch. It was one of those very, very rushed 10-minute dips. And here we go.
A wave's a wave.
It is. Well, I think there's just a bit of patience required here from our young ladies to wait for the sets to come in. They are quite a bit further in than needs be, and I can see...
Yeah, if a set comes, it's going to take them by surprise, isn't it?
It is, and there was one set that broke, that caught them by surprise just as I was running across the car park to rejoin you.
Now what? Oh, they're going on hold after this heat, I'm told.
What?
Maybe I can. Maybe I'll do an imitation of you.
All right, I'm going to lose my normal calm self here and It's panic stations at contest control.
Mark Vaughan does double up as a contest organizer or a contest director. Are you a director? What's your role? Consultant?
A consultant in this case. The directors are making decisions on the fly.
Are you the client?
I'm representing the Welsh Surf Federation, Channel Coast Surf Club, our competitors, our viewers, our sponsors,
And yourself.
and myself,
Oh,
and
there
the
is a
reputation of this coastline. And
There is a set going to take everyone by surprise here now, or maybe someone will get into it. And up and right in red.
nice
Roaring
float there.
entry.
Whoop.
I suppose you could call it research as well, couldn't you? Getting in there for a wave or two while we're on hold.
Well, yeah, that was on my mind because I thought I'd go in because here you go. It's a nice little wave here. Is that Surfer in Blue?
It is.
Got an inside section as well. She's still going down the line. We're gonna have to look around
Indy
there.
Lynch.
Oh,
yes.
Nice crack to finish as well. That I would dare say was one of the best waves of the heat.
I
Tom.
think you'd be right. If landed, if that last turn was landed, it went round the corner from us.
Yeah, we're the boulders are obstructing our view, but they're not that of the judges. And that was
Now, speaking of
good
going
ride.
for a surf in between heats, you'll fondly remember, won't you, when I tried to do that during the British Cup in Fistral Beach last autumn. Do you want to tell the story? I'm sure you do.
Well, it was one of my more enjoyable times in the commentary box. There was a whopping great big swell at Fistral for that event, and we decided between the trio of commentators, you and myself and Rob, who's not with us today, Rob Blythe, to rotate so we could all have a quick dip. And it was a grueling paddle into the lineup, to say the least. And
I know that.
It was a long stroll up the beach to have a chance with the rip to get out the back. It was a solid 6 foot day, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
And Rob and I there were heats taking place when we were going for a free surf. Of course, we were way away from the contest area. To surf in the competition area when a contest taking place and you're just going for a surf, of course, is just especially
paddling out at South Fistral.
Oh yeah, you were paddling out of South and
from in front of the Pentire Hotel or whatever you call it.
Yeah, and to our delight, Rob and I in the commentary booth, we saw a free surfer wash down the coast and into the competition area
without getting outside.
Olympic pathway event live being streamed across the world, and it was your good self, Tom. And that was a moment of joy for all to witness you getting smashed 200 yards down the beach and being no further than 10 foot from the shore and about 20 foot from where Rob and I were sitting.
Yeah.
So it was great fun, and I would say
I did run back to Little Fistral and then managed to get out.
Yeah.
It was a lazy man's load, it was, because I tried to paddle out about 50 metres shy of that little Fistral moment, that little Fistral point.
Here we go, up and riding. Looks like Surfer in Blue. Is that Indy Lynch?
It was. Yeah, she's
she's blue.
well.
Yeah, it's just struggling to, a bit of a glare over there, so it's hard to make out the colours.
Well, some of them are doing us a favour by using colourful surfboards, which helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does. And
1.7 for that last of Indy Lynch. So Josie Hawke is in the lead, a 2.5 and a 3.17 on the board already. And then Lynch a 2.57 and a 1.7 in second. Shelmadine third. Poppy Owen currently fourth. But we know Poppy Owen can bring it if she needs to, and if she gets the right wave, as can Shelmadine.
Yeah, and we've got Josie again on a backhand. Manages to caught a rail as she was bottom turning there.
It's not really a left, though, is it, that spot?
No, not at all. It goes into deep water very quickly, and much more swell that you would get a left that comes. And on the odd occasion, if you're further east, you can pick off a left towards the peak, which allows you a quick single, sort of fin release re-entry.
Yeah.
Difficult though, because the bigger section is coming towards you.
Yeah.
And it's
interesting.
Just a bit. For the girls, it's just been a bit slow this heat.
What do you think these waves are going to do in the next hour or so?
Well, we will have surf.
Oh, look at
look at that lovely little bowl here. Here we go.
What a wedge.
Is this Josie?
It is. Smash.
Yeah, nice forehand finish.
Just got to get that foam to... Ooh, now do you give them the make?
Ooh, that's a tough toughie there. It didn't quite ride out as cleanly as she would have liked, but certainly it was, as you say, it was one of those sort of sections that,
Gorgeous bowl.
yeah, anyone who serves could.
Yeah. So what's it going to do, do you think?
Well, we'll be back out in the peak probably in an hour's so's time. This tide will race back now.
And what's going to happen to that bowl there? Is that going to carry on?
This one that we're watching at the moment, we've probably got another 40 minutes here, but I did overhear that they're planning on going on hold. I guess it's after the second under 16 heat, and
oh, no, this is the final, I think, isn't it? So I think
so.
They're going to run the one, and then I suppose they go on hold to move back to the peak.
So they could backhand here on the white vest. Actually,
it's Poppy Owen.
Poppy Owen, had a right pop at that one, that's for sure, because she managed 2 or 3 backhand sort of hooks there. I say it is difficult. Bear with us, viewers, because we're looking around.
So 2.43 for the Last Hawk, which pushes her a little bit further out front, and Poppy Owen with a 1.6, and then another score still to come. So the last of Poppy Owen, that surfing white, is about to be entered.
Yeah, it's
it would need to be a 4 to put her straight into the lead.
I keep glancing out to sea
1.97
to try and establish if there are any sets coming in, because it has been noticeably slow compared to when I had a quick dip. So it was wave after wave. It's just it doesn't seem to be a organiser's weekend in terms of the conditions.
Well, there's a lot more swell today, though, isn't there, than yesterday?
Yeah,
so
far more surfable, and whilst these waves are small, they're clean, and as I say, there's a little bowl that gives just a nice little push in it. It's almost like someone's behind you and just giving you a push on the tail as you make entry into the wave, and allows you to
a slingshot or a
slingshot,
chip in. Do they call it
a chip in? I wouldn't describe it as a chip in, but certainly a slingshot. Chip in is one of those sort of little bit of foam, isn't it, that allows you to backdoor those kind of slab-in rights that Nathan Florence and Mason Ho tend to spend their lives chasing. And some of those ways Nathan Florence is surfing.
Well, and that recent video from Nathan, from Mason Ho up in Scotland again.
Yeah, that's the little slab there. I say little slab. It's a massive.
Yeah, is that a surfable wave for mortals ever?
Having sat there and watched it for hours on many occasions, with plenty of very accomplished surfers.
None of them. So Mason Ho, he's pretty much the only person who's ever surfed it.
No, there's bodyboarders that surf it quite frequently.
Right.
It's more the, it doesn't have a real slingshot into it, and it is completely dry. It is
really,
and it's very steep. But there are occasions with a slight swell direction.
I suppose
here we are. Speaking of swell, look at this set coming in.
The thing that Ho capitalises on is the fact that it's flat rock and he's wearing so much wetsuit. He's obviously decided the juice is worth the squeeze, hasn't he?
Indeed, and he also doesn't have to pay for things like surfboard fins and surfboard repairs, and they do go. You will go through a lot of boards there. Plus, I think the other thing with that wave, there are 2 very notable ways. In fact, 3 notable ways right to the east of those.
One of which you've had a good few barrels at. Am I right?
I may have at my time had a few times where I've enjoyed my surfing at another level in this country. It doesn't present itself too often, but I do enjoy that part of the world. And how long we got? 5 minutes, 6 minutes left. This could be turning around shortly. And I do feel there's going to be a set that will determine this final here, Tom, because we haven't really had one of note since the girls paddled out. The sea has gone really quiet, and it's just looking. This one has caught them all out, as we suggested.
Being in the right place is the key, isn't it?
Yeah, look at that. That really would have. That's reeling off that right there.
Lynch would need a 3.1 to take the lead from Josie Hawk.
Look at that one again. Look, they're just a bit too far in.
And
there's another couple of sets coming here, Tom, and if the girls have taken note of what's just happened, they'll be paddling a little bit further out. I think
Lynch has priority as well here, so Indy Lynch, and I think she is also the furthest out, so Indy Lynch in the blue.
She might be in here.
If she goes for this wave here and rides it through, this would be on that's green.
Is that Taylor?
Slightly too deep, but
No,
we'll
she's
get
got it.
around it, and there's going to be a chance.
Oh, just fell there, and that's a shame because it's just lining up through the inside there.
So Indy Lynch, the surfer who needs the score, is out back with Hawk. Indy Lynch needs the 3.1 to take the win, as things stand, and does have priority, but I think doesn't want to use priority paddling for that one. No one doesn't.
Well, there's. I say you've got the scores. The ones on the screen are a bit out of time there. The time is right on the screen, but the
time is right. The scores aren't.
How long's left? 30
Poppy
seconds.
Owen goes again. No. I think the beach announcer was telling
Poppy's still
somebody
going.
they were in second.
Oh, sorry, misheard that. Oh,
Surfed
Poppy's
great
having a dig.
yesterday. Poppy Owen.
Yeah.
Advanced in first. Interesting. So the seeding must come from previous events rather than the last round, because we were speculating yesterday that Poppy Owen, as the winner of semi-final 1, would in some events wear the red jersey in the final, but the red jersey is going with the reigning champion then, rather than with the actual event seeding. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. No, I think because there was a semi-final yesterday that took place, so that I think you'll find that it's the progression based on there is why they're wearing the colours they are.
Well, no, because Poppy Owen won that semi-final yesterday over Josie Hawk.
Did she?
Yeah.
Oh, well, in which case that's slightly unusual, unless they're
going with the
green as the, but that wouldn't make sense either.
Well, Owen's
So, not quite sure there, Tom. And
I suppose they've got
maybe
they're going with Hawk as the event, the reigning champion.
Yeah, you're not getting confused with under 18s, are you, by chance? Because this is under 16.
I am getting confused with under 18s. There we are.
There we go. I knew there'd be a reason.
And yes, I am. Yeah. So Owen will wear the red in that heat, in that final. Oh, there's a bowl on this as well, if it can be ridden into.
Oh, come on, Waze. Give these girls a chance. Because I can
can
feel the frustration of the spectators and viewers.
I think there's going to be one.
Well, we had that one set that caught them all out a little, but still, that was by far from being anything like the sets that were there a few moments ago.
Poppy Owen is a 3.7, but will have dropped to the bottom of the priority queue.
There we go.
And this is it. This needs to be a 3.11. I don't think it's quite going to get there. So now Hawk will have the lead and priority, and I dare say, even in her young years, will be wise enough to know how to use.
Yeah, and
that.
there's a finally looks like a really nice set,
and it looks like it's coming towards Josie Hawk.
Yeah, if she can get
down
to
on
this.
the inside.
Oh,
if
look at this
she
one.
can get this, we are going to see a show. And here we go, Josie Hawk. Late takeoff makes it.
No. Oh,
and there's the wave going off.
Oh,
so Josie Hawk did fall on takeoff.
She get a second bite of this because there's another one behind.
She'll keep priority.
Oh, that was.
She was
such
a bit
shame.
behind it, wasn't she? It swung out.
You know what? There's another set coming. She is. Lady Luck is shining.
Minute and a half.
There's 2 ways in this next set. Minute and a half. And again.
Last of blue are 1.23. So.
Oh, look at the ones behind now, Tom.
Doesn't change things.
The one behind is even better than the wave she fell on. I think. Oh, there's a scramble happening on the inside. We've got White just missed that one.
Here we go, Hawk. So she'll need to kick with those feet to get into this, and I think she's going to. And here we go.
Oh, she's got a lovely
section, and she goes up and cracks that one and makes it through. Big floater, and she gets the claim. That will
hang on,
be.
we got on the inside as well.
A great score. I'm pretty sure that's going to seal the deal for Josie Hawk.
Yeah, and we were talking about claims earlier and selling it to the judges, or was that yesterday or today? It's a long weekend, but she certainly gave that a little bit of an extra sell because she put both hands aloft as if to say, thank you very much. Give me the score, hand me the trophy.
30 seconds remaining is going to change the situation altogether. So Indy Lynch is going to need a big score after this.
Yeah, I feel for the girls in this heat because it has been incredibly slow, and we've just seen a flurry of waves right towards the end then, which was potentially could have offered them all a chance to put a ride of note down, because they have been scrambling. There's another one here. No, we haven't got time.
There is potentially, as the horn blows, that's definitely Josie Hawk's win.
Yep,
I think there's a replay. of Hawke's last wave. Let's have a look. Oh no, I think. Oh no, it's still. Yeah, no, that's still.
That's like
Ryan,
Steve Phillips,
Ryan
I think,
Thomas
or Ryan Thomas, is it?
from
the Welsh last year.
From the Welsh last year. But hey, we're continuing to aspire.
Well, congratulations to Josie for
Ripping.
a controlled performance there. She didn't. She fell. She didn't. She could have let that affect her in the last moments, and somebody else could have gotten that wave and done the damage. But she got it. She got back out, dusted herself down. Wave of the heat, wave of the final, and it's another win for Josie Hawke. She is racking up the trophies, and you know what will happen now, Tom? The waves will start pouring through.
Of course they will.
Yeah, and
while we're on hold, it'll pump.
Yeah, just looking at the sets coming through now, and it's just suddenly turned back on again.
We'll put an announcement on the screen. We're gonna go on hold, and then as soon as we know the time of the restart, it will go up on the screen. Thanks for tuning in again, and we shall speak to you soon. Gwelech chi yn fi yn Hwyl Fawr.
Yes.
It gave them a fright. When the show was over, we all went into town, made an Eskimo in a white gown. You should have seen him at the low. You should have seen him at the local hall. Now they're playing at the Hollywood Bowl. White lights shining on their bright. First time it gave them a fright. Ow! When the show was over, we all went into town. Made an Eskimo in a white gown.
afternoon, everybody. We are live, and I believe the next heat is going to start imminently. It's just gone, well, it's coming up on 10 past 1. We're in the semi-finals of the under-16 boys, and it is a real pleasure, after getting Greg Owen in here for a little while yesterday. We've had Mark Vaughan for the morning. I am joined by Welsh surfing royalty in the commentary booth this afternoon. I'm Tom Anderson, Crest. And this next to me is Hugh John, a.k.a. Herbie.
Good afternoon, all.
And you're going to call a couple of heats with us this afternoon now, Herbie.
That's correct. I've got a few other little jobs to do, but...
Running back and forth.
Yes.
Busy man. There's the surf appears to be suddenly... It's as if Jamie Bateman was a surf forecaster or something. The surf seems to be becoming a lot more rideable than it has been. I've been out road testing it, although I don't know if you'd call it that. Herb, you said it had caused a bit of merriment on the beach, my attempt to surf out there.
I don't think I've ever seen so many people laugh at the same time. It was a joy to behold.
Yeah, it was very, very difficult. There's a rip that's been kind of moving through the lineup. Now, you might be able to hear the countdown. And a very big moment for us as we await to find out the extent to which our scoreboard is connected to our TV screen. It looks like it might be on a slight lag because the clock timer hasn't started there, but it's a 10 past 1 start, nice and prompt. I'm sure Director Diana will do what she can to get that scoreboard updated for you, but the surfers in the water is correct. It's Tom O'Leary from Porthcawl, who has recently been to El Salvador, and I think he's going to open his account nice and early there. O'Leary goes for a short right-hander, and behind him, with a whitewater roll-in takeoff, this is going to be Kobe John Williams, also from Porthcawl, in the green. He's been in the green, it seems, all weekend. And then we have Elijah Jones in the other heat, and in the other... Now, correct me if I'm wrong, if you do know this, Herbie, but isn't Elijah Jones the fella whose family have been watching from Cape Verde?
I'm not entirely sure on that one, Tom. Not entirely sure. I can't... to be quite honest, that's the first time I've heard that.
Oh, right, okay. I think it is him. Now, I tell you what, we've got... one way of finding out. Family have been watching. You can go onto our YouTube channel, and you'll see the icon appear at the bottom of the screen in a second as Elijah Jones opens his account there. Now, oh no, that's O'Leary in the red. O'Leary in the red. Yeah, you can see it just popped up then. Reminder, you can comment on our YouTube channel where this can be seen, and the messages get through to us. Whether or not it was Elijah who had the Cape Verde connection, that did provide an interesting little source of conversation for us yesterday. And you were saying that when you were out in the ISA World, you'd met a couple of people who were in Cape Verde, staying there.
It was more. The conversation was more about the Cape Verde Islands and what's happening there. And a chap I know said to me it had gone over to African control, and I just wasn't sure about that. It's one of those things, you have a conversation in an airport or on a beach or whatever, and then all of a sudden it comes back to you.
Yeah.
And I sort of mentioned that to you yesterday, Tom. And you've confirmed it, or somebody's confirmed it.
Cape Verde is Africa, so it was formerly a Portuguese colony.
Yes.
And then it's got its independence, and then if you look at its geographical location as nearest to Africa, that immediately renders Cape Verde an African nation.
Look, who knows what goes on behind closed doors, or what deal was done. I have no idea. I do remember a strange fact about it. A long, long time ago in the 70s, a chap from Porthcawl, Chris Gadd,
right?
Quite an impressive surfer
legend
from the area. Yeah, we were trying to go to the Cape Verde Islands. I think we'd already been to Tenerife, but we were looking to go down to Cape Verde, sort of, surfing these places which are out of the way. And on the Admiralty charts, the sea charts, there's a note at the bottom of one of them, or used to be, that says this island isn't necessarily where you think it is, because it was quite.
Is that like that kind of the way that an OS O'Leary on the little left hander there, but that's an in and out. The peak definitely looks like it's got a bit more shape to it. Now, is that Is that in the same way as like the Ordnance Survey maps have got a deliberate mistake on them for authenticity purposes, or is there a different political reason?
From what we could gather at the time, Cape Verde didn't have much significance in shipping terms. I don't know if it was a good place for fresh water or food and these things.
Well, it's the start of Hurricane Alley, isn't it?
Yeah, but from shipping and Royal Navy type stuff, they I don't know how important it was, and I don't think it was much visited. So
right.
But yeah, I remember that from a while ago.
Big in. I'm just trying to think of what else I can. A bit like when you're in a quiz or something, you try and pull together what you do know. One of my favourite books is the great big whaling epic by Herman Melville from the mid-19th century, Moby Dick, and in that, the quite a few of the whalers are Cape Verdean. We've got there's a bit more action in the lineup now, isn't there? So, it is Elijah Jones who's got the Cape Verdean connection. He was raised in Cape Verde, and the family is still there.
Good.
And I know the surf's good in Cape Verde because Greg Owen went there, and he just bought a little package holiday at some beach hotel, and he says he was surfing a point break all to himself the whole time he was there.
Well, look where it is, look where it's positioned. There's, it's got to be, there's got to be waves of some kind around it.
Then again,
and I remember in this would have been in probably mid-80s. Nigel Semmons and a gang of lads going down there, and all the photographs came back in the magazines and stuff. So, it's one of those other places that's expanding. I know they do events there. I know the Portuguese used to do events there.
Did they?
Yeah, they did.
Actually, I think where was that? No, it was the Azores, wasn't it? Where the WSL did an event a year or two ago, and they had to call the event off halfway through because the site was decimated by storm surf. Now there we go. That was Kobe Williams, or Kobe John Williams. And O'Leary with a quick frontside bash. That will, if they give him the make on that one, little bit. These guys have got to practice sort of just squatting and stomping it to make sure that maneuver is definitely counted at the end there. It'll be interesting to see what the judges do with O'Leary for that one. He's been relatively busy at the start of this wave, and now it looks like we're going to get a look at Elijah here. He's going to go, oh no, that was Kobe John, so that means Elijah is the surfer who must have ridden a right-hander on the backside going across the bay. There's a little bit of glare right now, so the spotter is earning their money, and then this is going to be Kobe John Williams here onto the backside and slightly overbalances it on the takeoff. So as things stand, O'Leary is probably, we're going to find out now. So far, his highest score was a 1.57. So I would say if this starts with anything other than anything over about a 2, then I would guess that the judges have deemed that turn by O'Leary to have been ridden out of with control. Kobe John Williams, a couple of scores all around the 1 range, and Elijah Jones also to really open up. So it's anybody's heat still here, and we're going to get a paddle onto the front side here, and this is Kobe John Williams again. He's got a fast section here and a Rio, and pokes the tail a bit and sticks that one. So potentially one of the a 2.13 for the last of O'Leary. So they have decided that whitewater tap at the end counts. Now it'll be interesting to see if they go above or below that last of Green. And Elijah, so he's the one with the red board. Elijah just has a short right-hander there and in and out. Last of Kobe Williams. Now I tell you what, Irby, you're welcome to decline this offer, but I'm going to offer you the chance to try and take a guess. We're allowed to do this in the booth. Do you think the last of Green or the last of Red is the highest scoring wave of the heat? Given that the last of Red was a 2.13, they did deem that. Do you think Green's last manoeuvre was? I'll give you a clue. They're very, very close to each other.
Yeah, I was going to say that's quite tight, man. It's all well and good looking at these things, but when you judge events, you've got to focus on the whole event, and you've got to be looking at it from the start and writing numbers down. It can be very misleading. Just taking a glance of one heat or one wave and saying, right, that was the one. You've got to look at all the waves. You've got to look at it as a whole. There's 4 competitors, and it's for 20 minutes. I wouldn't like to say. I'm not
I was
really.
going to say you'd survive on the Today programme against Nick Robinson.
No. Sorry to sound like a politician, but
they're very
I've
close to
I've
each
been
other.
judging this morning, right? And
Yeah.
when it's a different thing when you stand and look, objectively from start to finish.
You are
If you
saying
just-
that you think those waves are close together, though,
I would have, for me, I would have thought green was a little bit higher.
and you're exactly right.
But-
a 3.
Hey, yeah,
Spot on. You got it on the nose there, Herbie. It was a 2.13 for the first of red, and it was a 3 for the first of
Yeah.
green. So green is now ever so slightly out in front.
if you look at the ISA rule book and the rules and all this, whether you think surfing should be should be controlled by rules, etc., right? That's not a debate. When you're in a when you're in a competition, there are rules, and now it's an Olympic sport. There'll probably be more rules.
Yeah.
So this is the way it is, and this is the way it's evolved over 50, 60 years. But if speed, control, flow. There's a few phrases and key words in there.
Oh, on the backside there, Elijah. Oh, and if he'd got that one landed, he would have been right.
So,
Okay, carry on.
it's not a difficult thing, right? To be objective and to do it at a very high level, yes, it is. It does become harder and harder. But the guidelines are there,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, speed, power flow, commitment, and degree of difficulty. Is that what is that? It?
And I mean, and another thing people get waylaid by is, they'll watch a video of some pro doing something in some event, and that's great.
Yeah.
But don't forget, the camera never lies.
Yeah.
Much. And,
Very good.
It's don't get too lost on it. It's a different game. It's a different subject when you've got to sit here and watch it in the cold light today
Yeah.
with total honesty.
Yeah. Yeah, they earn their money, the judges do, don't they? And we were talking yesterday, Vorney and I, about the recent, probably last 5 years or so, I think it's been kind of driven from the top, trend towards claiming manoeuvres, in an attempt, I suppose, to influence judging ever so slightly. And I was asking this question. I was saying, do head judges now, head judges will talk to the panel when an important ride is happening, and I mean, when I done a few judging panels back in the day, and the head judge would always encourage that people don't talk, the judges are not made aware of the significance of a wave. So if a wave is going to flip the heat, the head judge will not tell you that. The head judge will just say, right, judge this wave objectively for what you see. I know that now, I've spent a bit of time down at Boardmasters inside the WSL situation room watching what they do there. The head judge will be very clear and will say, right, judges, the decision you make at this wave, at the end of the heat, is now going to change the heat. You have got to decide, is white, green, red, are they going through? And I'm just curious as to whether, do head judges comment on claims to the panel? Do head judges say, right, ignore the claim, guys, you've got to judge this wave objectively, or can the claim sometimes influence?
I don't think a claim makes any difference at all, Tom.
The judges are immune to it, are they?
Look, by the time you get to the top levels, ISA, WSL, whichever one you deem to be better,
Yeah.
You'll have done thousands of hours.
Yes.
Literally thousands of hours, and
Yeah.
you'll have seen most things.
Yes.
And for that claim to alter your view on what happened in that wave, I'd find it very unlucky, and unusual, not unlucky.
Yes.
And going back to what you're saying about head judge, a head judge is there to guide people,
Right.
because what surfers want, what the public
Front
want,
side, Williams. Cut back to the foam, and that'll do. Sorry, carry on.
what the public want is consistency
Yes.
in all of these things. And really that's what the head judge is there to do. And quite often, if you've been up there for how many hours, and there are two waves that are very similar, if you were on a right-hand point break or a specific type of wave, you can get locked into scores, and that's what the public and the surfers don't want. They want to see decisions made where that wave was better than this wave. However minute you have to drill, into the detail. And so that's where the head judge comes in. They're usually a lot more experienced. They've usually done the hard yards. And they'll stand there and go, right, we think that one was better than that one because he was tighter, closer, faster, whatever.
Yeah.
So it's a guidance. It's not a direction. It's more of a guidance.
At the moment, Elijah Jones does sit in third. And so Kobe Williams, with that wave that we both agreed to be the wave of the heat, the 3-point ride, that front side close-out Rio. Kobe Williams is out in front. Elijah Jones in third, so O'Leary's in second. A slightly odd way of doing it. Go 1-3-2. Yeah, so yeah, the 1-2-3 is Williams, and now O'Leary, Jones. Now Elijah Jones needs only a 1.97 at the moment. So low scores in the second and third positions. Difficult conditions. It's still anyone's heat. There's 5.5 minutes left. Now, what is going to be the challenge for Elijah Jones? He's been going to the backhand on those right-handers, and he is the furthest east, which is where there is still a little bit of a rip current, and the wave is a little bit fatter, so Elijah is going to need to head further up towards the peak. Of course, he can't hear us, and I don't know if he's got anyone down there coaching or anything like that, but at the moment, we've got, you can see there on the camera moving to show where they are, that is O'Leary to the right of your screen, and Williams sitting in the middle of the peak, and O'Leary actually has priority. Now Elijah Jones, because he keeps picking off those waves off the shoulder, is in third priority as well. So if a wave comes, it's going to be O'Leary's completely uncontested. We've seen that O'Leary's been looking to go left, whereas Williams in the middle there has been willing to go right or left. Jones has been sticking to the right, but Elijah Jones is now paddling and making a lot of progress up towards the peak. This is probably the furthest up I've seen him. Williams takes off on a short left. This is probably, yeah, you can see Elijah Jones there passing Kobe Williams. A couple of strokes and he'll go up to second priority. He has done. So Elijah Williams now in second priority, but look how quickly that rip picks him up. Look, Williams starts to paddle, and there's Jones heading straight out. And I don't... Well, Elijah Jones does have a chance here to now go to the front side, and does. Now, if there's a reform on this and a chance for a Rio, this could make a difference, and they'll definitely give him the make on that. Now, whether or not that gives him the score straight away, that front side snap, whether that gives him the score straight away, it will reduce the requirement. So a 1.97 needed. I think that will be very, very, very close. O'Leary with a 2.13. If we've got to remember, that was a slightly fuller turn over a little closeout section of Whitewater, with some ambiguity about whether or not he'd ridden out in total control. 3 minutes and 20 remaining. And Jones now doesn't have priority. So if that does come in ever so slightly short, he's going to have the trouble of needing to wrestle priority back. And Williams, meanwhile, is going to spin round and have a little look at that. We've had several of these heats finish with a real flurry. And Williams on the front side now. And he goes to the rail and won't get the make for that. So that isn't going to change the situation back. We're still waiting on that last of Elijah Jones. It comes in at a 1.33. Here goes O'Leary. And this has got... Ooh, that won't count either. For anything, a 1.33. So that leaves Elijah Jones, because his highest scoring wave was a 1.9. It hasn't actually changed the situation. So Elijah Jones still needs a 1.97. And we're into the last 2.5 minutes now. Last of Kobe and last of Tom both do not figure. And so Elijah Jones will now have priority all of a sudden because the other two have ridden a wave. But he's going to need to use it wisely, because in these conditions 1.97 is far from guaranteed, but entirely doable. He's already got a 1.9 to his name. We're set for a grandstand finish here, Herbie, for the last 2 minutes of this heat. The scores don't need to be high for the action to be exciting, do they? This is Elijah Jones, and here he goes on this side snap, and a second one. And the wave fizzles out, and that is again going to leave the judges with a decision to make. So I suppose you've got really essentially the same kind of standard frontside snap on the first turn that they got the 1.33 for, but there was a second, albeit much smaller one. And so Kobe Williams probably should try to ride another wave. as we go into the last 90 seconds here, just in case Elijah gets the score. O'Leary is very unlikely to be eliminated at the moment. And Elijah Jones got the score, 2.03, which means that the surfer from raised in Cape Verde, and there's a set going to wash everybody out of the way here. And Kobe is paddling, and he is up as well. So the lead could go back, and for the second place could go back and forth here. And that's a big frontside cutback for Kobe John. He's going to get the inside reform. He will definitely get the second place back here, if not the heat lead. Kobe Williams. In fact, Elijah has jumped in front of Tom O'Leary. So Kobe Williams is in the heat lead and will definitely go further into the heat lead with that last wave. 45 seconds remaining. Kobe Williams looking to play defence on and up and right in on the backside. O'Leary, and he comes off the top. And a second snap. I would imagine that this is likely to do it. O'Leary was needing a 1.8. He's definitely done that. Backside smack at the end there. So I'm sure that what's going to happen here now is we're going to end up with O'Leary jumping back up. A 1.8 was needed. This means that Elijah Jones is going to need another wave. And it's probably going to be in about the 3.5-ish range. And there's only 15 seconds left. I'm not sure if the wave's going to come through. We're still waiting on the last of both green and red. So the horn is going to go. There's 5 seconds left according to the live clock that we've got. I can't see a beach marshal anywhere. Now this is the point where Herbie is contest director. He's going to have Kittens, the beach marshal. Oh, he's running. He's running over the rocks. There was a highly risky manoeuvre for this beach marshal, and they are going to blow the horn. And there we go. So that's the heat finished. No waves ridden in those closing seconds anyway. Here goes Elijah at the end. This will not count. And so it's very, very, very likely, unless there's something major happened that we couldn't see, Kobe Williams with the highest score of the heat so far, a 3.67 for his last. So right up in the lead. And then Tom O'Leary is needing a 1.8 from his last. And I would be very surprised if he doesn't get that. So we're just waiting for that to drop. So although the screen will be telling you that Elijah Jones is, I think it looks like we've got a live scoreboard at the moment working. So although the screen is going to be telling you that Elijah Jones is in second at the end of this heat, it is highly unlikely that that is going to be the case, because O'Leary put together 3 or 4 pretty solid backhand turns. And O'Leary with the wave of the heat, a 4.83, has jumped up into second. I don't know if the scoreboard will update that for you in time, but I can tell you that is definitely what's happened. O'Leary has jumped up with a 4.83, so it's going to be Williams and O'Leary advancing, and Elijah Jones with a good effort at the end there. And we're going to be moving into our next heat very shortly. Herbie, that one all got a bit exciting at the end, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the boys left it a bit late, but but these are the waves that are available, right? And you've got to make the best of it. But it's the same for everyone.
Yes.
And it's a little bit of contest knowledge and experience will pull you through.
We're going on into the next heat, so we're going to take a little break. And when we come back, we'll be seeing a couple more surfers in the water. Luca Owen, Arthur Buick, Bobby Hooper, and Max Davis. See you in a minute or two. Comment on our YouTube channel, and it'll help keep Welsh surfing towards the top of YouTube's algorithms, where it belongs. An opening ride from Arthur. Oh no, this is Bobby Hooper with an opening ride. So this is the under 16 boys, heat number 2, and on the front side here, Luca Owen, and he's getting some work done, coming through to the inside in a second whack. And you can imagine that Father Greg Owen will be getting a bit excited there. We were talking about Greg Owen, been in Cape Verde himself, surfing a big reeling point break all to himself. In many ways, Greg Owen has been surfing a big reeling open point break all to himself most of his life, hasn't he? That's caught you funny, Herbie. You've cat's got your tongue.
I'm sorry, Tom. I missed that comment. I was focusing on the surfing, but. Yeah, Cape Verde. From what we've been hearing over the years could be worth a visit, you know.
Yeah. And Greg Owen, what a character. One of Welsh surfing's great characters
I think
and
that's
great surfers.
I think that's a very good description, Tom.
Tells the worst jokes in
Oh.
Welsh surfing.
Yeah, I mean, you're not good,
No.
but you know, your timing is very poor. But yeah, Greg's you know,
And-
worse.
Oh, and that's a nice frontside whack. I think that was Arthur Buick in the white. So Luca Owen with a pretty decent opener. Arthur Buick has been very busy. Now the comments section is visible on our YouTube page, and you can add a comment there. It keeps us moving. It's all about the algorithms nowadays, and you know, you can push all of these influencers sitting at their poolsides in Dubai talking about energy shakes or whatever out of the way, and get Welsh surfing up there on it. So when people log into their YouTubes today, they're going to see Welsh surfing, and we've got a nice interaction going on. So I can see here, yeah, we've got a few. So Jonathan Jones is Elijah's father. We got a James True saying a big shout out to the Lantwit crew. Paul Connerbeer always likes a comment on Welsh surfing when it's happening. He's giving us a shout out from Brittany. They're watching from all around. They're even watching.
Good
From-
afternoon, Con. How are you?
I think he's probably all right. He'll be all the better for hearing from you. Phil Williams has been saying. Liam O'Shea says, "Go Kelly." Oh, hang on, wrong contest. And the Langland board riders are cheering on Kimmen, who was very unlucky to get eliminated earlier. And yes, so we've got Tom Anderson and Hugh John bringing us the action, or trying to provide clarity, trying to find trees in the wood.
If I can
Oh no,
use
wood in the trees. I don't know what it is.
if I can use this medium as a messenger, Con, could you send me a message and tell me if you're still doing the music thing over in Brittany?
Music thing. Oh, there's a bit of a crossover between music and surfing, isn't there? Quite a few of surfing's great characters like a bit of music. There's Tom Curran. There's John Purton. John Purton's in a band, isn't he? Isn't he a bass player?
Yeah.
What are your musical credentials, Herb?
None whatsoever.
Oh, here we go on the front side.
None
Luca
whatsoever. We'll listen and like and appreciate, but when it comes to playing instruments, nothing at all.
I'd imagine you to be a sort of a... Oh, here we go on the front side. Oh, Buick. Very nice. Surfing powerful. And there's going to be a third turn there. It doesn't quite stick that third, but that will... that'll be one of the standout scores of the heat so far. I'd imagine you'd be sort of a... Ooh, I'm guessing like a kind of R&B, bit of funk,
Oh, very
soul.
no, you couldn't be far further from it.
Oh.
Very eclectic.
Are you?
Anything at all, as long as it's quality. Anything at all.
While you're in here as well, Herb,
I got
I
a good
wanna-
story about Con.
go on,
Paul
give us a
Connerbeer.
story about Con, but that's not going to get you off the hook on the next thing I'm going to ask you about. I'm going to want to
Fair
talk about
comment.
your movie star career.
Oh,
but
yeah. Fair comment. Right, so we went to Brittany, the sort of La Torche, and a little bit further up, Corzon Peninsula, that area.
yeah,
With the
Beautiful.
Welsh team.
cold water.
Oh, a nice part of the world.
Oh yeah, beautiful.
Nice people. And we just sort of ended up walking to a bar. Matt Stevens of Vizsla fame was hell. He
Former
was-
winner of
Yeah,
this
but still very young. I would have said he was a junior at the time.
Junior Round Open the same year.
But we walked into a bar, and who should be sitting at the end of the bar? Well, it's on like a sort of stage type thing.
An
But
Englishman, an Irishman, and a Welshman.
no, but Paul Connerbeer playing a guitar.
Really?
And we're not really sure who was more surprised to see him, us or them. So I think possibly I walked in with Matt initially, and then I just fed the team in, and Paul Connerbeer was brought to tears. he might message us now if he remembers that event.
Buick on the backside there. Pretty stylish. Bit of power. Well, Paul, if you're still tuned in, drop a comment in or send Herbie a message. Let us know. We'd be interested in a 6.5 for that right-hander by Arthur Buick, and that's without even sticking the third turn. So the judges like the power. The judges like the critical position of those manoeuvres. So the situation with all the surfers now having ridden 2 waves, because Bobby Hooper's just had a wave as well, is going to be that Buick is going to be in the lead. Luca Owen is going to be second and would need a 4.64 if he was going to try and take on first place. Bobby Hooper, who I think was up and riding briefly then, sits in third and needs a 5.17. And Max Davis sits in fourth and needs a 5.14. Now you may wonder why, Luca Owen just backing up his first score, you may wonder why the surfer in fourth needs a 5.14 while the surfer in third needs a 5.17. The surfer in fourth needs a slightly lower score on account of their having the higher single score. So if the surfers were to tie, the higher single score splits it. But the surfer in fourth has got a higher first score and a lower second score. And since the second score would be the one that they need to replace, they don't actually need quite as high a score. The surfer in fourth doesn't need quite as high a score as the surfer in third. This is just one of those mathematical anomalies that the fantastic sport of surfing is capable of throwing up. Herbie, your movie star career. I heard that you were in Apocalypse Now in the jungles of Vietnam.
No.
No?
It was about, let me think, 86, 5, something around there. We went to Sri Lanka for a few months over the winter, and I was sitting on a beach, and a chap walked up to me and said, "Would you like to be in a film?" I was a little bit crude the way I answered him, because I'm not sure what he was insinuating.
Max Davis just backing up here, his scores.
But it did prove to be genuine in the end, and they just wanted extras for a film. It was they were filming some sort of Vietnam American war film, and they needed some characters to jump about.
So you were dressed up in army gear?
Oh, and with the guns and the
Given a gun?
helicopters and all of the they wouldn't give us live ammunition.
Did you get a ride in a helicopter?
Yes, we were in and out of all these things and jumping about.
And who was starring in the film?
A chap called Beau Bridges.
Beau Bridges.
And another guy called Hang Nor, who wrote a very good book about the killing fields.
Yes. Hang Nor, yeah.
Like a signed book of his in the house.
Yeah, was he? So he was an actor and a writer, was he?
Yeah, well, he wrote the book, and yes, he was part of this film, and it was part of his story. And there was another very famous actress on it who I don't remember, but went on to do bigger things in Hollywood and what have you.
And did you meet her?
Yeah. Well, we were with him all the time, So it was. Actually worked on a film for about, I don't know, fortnight, 3 weeks, and it was. Do you know what? It was really good money, and they put us in comparatively good money.
Yeah. Jungle, like hot, wearing army.
Yeah, up in a place called Kandy, which is.
Oh, so it's okay. Now that's at altitude, so it's not horribly hot.
No, but it does. It's still warm,
Yeah.
But yeah, up there.
It's about 1,000 meters above sea level, I think, isn't
like
it?
that. And there's a big river that goes through there, or starts there, or whatever, and it was pretty much based around that. So. But it was quite good, because when I came back, the film had been released, and in those days it was on video. It was pre-DVD or anything else, and
it's probably quite nice to sit down and watch that.
Well, yeah. Well, I went into the video shop in Bridgend, quite a big video shop, and I said, "Have you got this film?" I said, "The Iron Triangle."
The Iron Triangle.
And
Was it Tremaine's video store?
It was.
Oh yeah, I
and
remember it well. It's a pizzeria now.
Yeah. The fella said to me, "Yeah." I said, "Can I rent it?" He said, you can have it. It's awful. And gave me the video.
Straight to video. That's not your problem. That's Beau Bridges and Hang Nor's problem.
I think yes.
You did what you.
I think there were Oscars there. There
You
were
did
possible
your job.
Oscars. I just think that distributors and all those other people made a mess of it.
Well, my movie career was 2 hours long.
Really?
And it was in Dale instead of the jungles of Sri Lanka.
Right.
I was a police officer in a movie called The Toll. It also got called Toll Booth then because it had encountered rights issues because it had shared its name with some horrendous horror movie, Welsh independent film. Oh, it was about a couple of years. It was on Film 4 recently, available through Channel 4, and I'm in it for about 1 second. And it took about 2 hours to film, and I didn't stay in a hotel, and I didn't meet Hang Nor or Beau Bridges. Oh, nice front side from Arthur Buick as well.
It was just one of those things, Tom. We were sitting on a beach. This chap came up, and it just happened. There were a couple of boys from Swansea we were with.
Surreal though, I bet, because I remember, you obviously could scale this up to what you were doing. I remember arriving on set and just seeing a car pull up with a load of masked bandits in it. They all start shooting at each other and hooting, and then they drive off. And then they pull up about 10 metres out of range and, get out the car, all get out, pull their masks off and start drinking cups of tea. And it's just entirely bizarre. So I imagine, if you're involved in war footage, it would have been quite exciting when it was actually happening, would it?
La La Land.
Yeah.
And this was pre-CGI and all of those things. So,
yes, of course.
The special effects guys were great and really funny. And they were sort of just traveling the world. They'd come off a couple of really big pictures and onto that. I spent quite a lot of time with them because they were very amusing people and very practical people, and explaining how and when and why you do explosions and loud bangs and things like that. And that was quite intriguing.
Situation in this heat at the moment, as the surfer, I think in red, is that red, Luca Owen? We'll find out shortly when we see who loses priority. That was the surfer in blue, Max Davis. And then that's Bobby Hooper with an in and out. It's fairly secure at the moment. Arthur Buick has now logged a 4.77 for his last wave, so he's got a 6.5 and a 4.77 to his name. Luca Owen in second with a 3.67 and a 2.67. Leaves Max Davis third. Now he's looking for a 4.84, and Bobby Hooper is now looking for a 5.17. So Buick and Owen are sitting quite comfortably out front for the minute, given that there's 5 minutes remaining. It would need a fairly hefty score from Davis or Hooper to take over. I mean, they'd have to post something halfway between Buick's first and second wave to do it in one, but they could always do it in two. But I suppose with 4 minutes and 45 seconds remaining, they will it would be a tall order to do it in two. I don't know whether the camera's not quite wide enough an angle here, but we found a lot of pleasure yesterday analysing the progress of enormous barges going up and down the channel from Avonmouth.
The car carriers, Tom.
Yes, that's what I did say that yesterday. I thought they were carrying cars.
And if you drive over the Severn Bridge, or not the Severn Bridge, the next one along by Goddam.
Oh yeah, by Avonmouth, yeah.
Yeah, you can see the yards there where they hold all the cars. But
yeah.
Most of these big, very high-sided ships, that's what they carry.
Enormous. I mean, given the distance that is from us, that is a huge vessel out there. A big whack from Buick, throws the tail but doesn't stick it. And so that won't go into his top two. Now, I think that the scores are live for you guys. They're working, which is great. They move some pace as well, those barges, don't they? Yeah, Davis and Buick are waiting for
You'll
scores.
see a little red box on the end, which means it's the computer's running and waiting for scores to be introduced and tallied up.
It's a good computer system, isn't it? So Timmy Aylett runs the computer system. Refresh. Do you know the guys? Oh, look at this one here. Bobby Hooper getting some work done on that one. Probably not the 5.17, but Hooper could jump up into third with a quick bit of maths with a 1.53. He could jump into third, and he might have got that. So you might see Hooper jump to third here, and there's going to be a paddle then. Oh, as if knowing that had happened, Max Davis is going to try and respond. So Davis, he'd be needing a 4.84 to actually go into the lead, which again is unlikely on that wave, but he'd be playing a rear guard against a 1.2. So I think you're going to see Hooper. And then Buick up and riding as well, and that's not going to change a lot. 2 minutes remaining. We'll see where those scores go. Jamie Bateman was telling me, Herbie, that the channel is 40 meters deep out there, which is why it can be used as a shipping lane.
Yes. Look, it's a flooded valley, so not only that, there's a massive tidal range here, which is discussed on a regular basis. But the tidal flow here doesn't half help these ships. Throw them down the channel and bring them back up. Of course, there's navigation issues to do with that.
So it's using the outgoing tide, which is why it's going so fast,
but
right?
Just look at it from where we're sitting, Tom. It's a big V-shaped channel,
Yeah.
Depths vary. I think it's deeper than that in places. But
You surfed the 7-ball much?
Yes. It's funny. I was watching it the other day on the TV. I did a program there with a guy called Chris Akabusi. He
Athlete.
Yes.
He was a sprinter, I think, wasn't he? Or a hurdler, or a middle distance, something.
400 meters, something like that.
It was track, wasn't it?
Yes. He's a
and had a very infectious laugh.
Yes. Infectious is one description. We did a thing up there. Oh hell, I was up there for about 3 weeks once. We tried to do it with all the cameras and the nonsense, and we had a record-breaking attempt. So we had to film it, and I was up there sort of advising and surfed it and what have you. And it's an interesting thing. It's quite unique to South Wales and well, not South Wales, it's South West.
Yeah.
And it is. If you've never seen it, go and see it. If you're capable and you can surf it, etc., go and do it, because it's one of those things that you're very.
It's a life experience, isn't it? Yeah.
You're unlikely to do that anywhere else.
Front side here, Luca Owen, and he's going to seal the deal here, and would have needed a 7.6 to go up into the lead. Might not quite get that, but it's definitely going to be Buick and Owen. The heat has ended. It's definitely going to be Buick, Owen, Davis. It's going to be Buick, Owen, Davis, Hooper. I think the Davis and Hooper bit could still change ever so slightly. There is a score to drop for Max Davis, but it would need to be a 4.84, which is unlikely because we saw the wave, and 4.84 would be between the two waves of Arthur Buick, who really did lay down a marker in that heat, didn't he? You seen the Buick brothers surf much, Herb?
Yeah, I've just been in El Salvador with them.
Were they both there?
Yes.
So yeah, we talked a bit yesterday about that spot in El Salvador, La Bocana and El Zunzal, with El Tunco in the middle of it. I went there in 2006, and it was a wretched place, with a pretty. I mean, it wasn't enforced. It was enforced by your own common sense. I stayed in El Tunco, and it was a small little enclave of sort of bars and shacks in front of that lump of rocks, and you had to be in your hostel with the iron gates all padlocked shut and barbed wire around it and everything by 6:30, and it was very hard to imagine back then in 2006 that it would ever become Surf City. And now though, it kind of has become a sort of a staple, or an important stop, for the ISA, hasn't it? And what were your thoughts on the place? Was it the first time you've been?
No, I've been before, and to contests there before. It's a strange thing. It's El Salvador is quite a small country, and they've had this new chap. He's quite young, a president that's come in.
Yes.
And he has come in with an agenda, and obviously, look, I don't live there, but I've been there a couple of times and what have you. And believe it or not, we got quite friendly with the British ambassador, a guy called David Lelliot.
Yeah, I heard you went to his
house,
didn't you?
Very nice man, and family and etc. And actually made the effort when he saw. I mean, the first time I went there was with the British team. The second time was with the Welsh team. But he made the effort to come and see the home nations and all of that. He's actually retiring from El Salvador,
So
I think, in August, and he's coming back to London. So what we might see.
Service, right?
No, he's not retiring from it, but he's changing ship, sort of thing.
Right.
So he's coming back to London. So I'm hoping to see him in and around the surfing scene, because he is an interesting man to talk to. But conversations with him and other people over there. The president he did come in with quite an agenda and said, "I'm going to change the country," and he pretty brutal tactics. And but
Yeah,
it seems to have worked,
Because the gang violence was very much a thing when I was there. Just by the way, you can see here now that we've got an up-to-date scoreboard that now tells us what's coming next. So Herbie and I are having a brief chat while we set up the next heat. It's Poppy Owen, Indy Lynch, Taylor Shelmerdine and Josie Hawke, which is a copy of the this is the under 16 girls final, and it's a copy of the under 18 girls final. Or is it the other way round? But the same 4 girls in both under 16s and under 18s final. Yeah, go on. The gang violence was very much a thing when I was last there. But this guy's got right on top of it, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah, and it's been quite
not an easy road.
Well, he's gone on the offensive. He hasn't done it by talking. He built a super prison. He rounded people up. But, which I've got no view on it. But he's just been re-elected, and a chap called Fernando Aguirre who is sort of
the Fernando Aguirre,
the ISA.
president of the.
I've been a friend of his for years, and I've had a couple of good conversations with him, especially in the last time I was there, and they are looking at it as a destination. If you look at that Central American strip, it's quite a pool.
Yeah.
Well, it's got a massive pool of people in North America, South America, Europe.
Yeah.
Because the climate, the sea temperatures, all these things, and I've got to tell you, the swell and waves in El Salvador are amazing. It simply doesn't stop. I mean, just this last foray we've done over there, longboard, and then that went into the juniors. So it actually ended up as people going and being there for the competition for about a month.
Oh, because they were doing the 2 back to back.
Well, some countries kept people there.
Did you come back in between the 2?
No, I didn't go for the longboard. I couldn't do both.
Right.
But there was a month where the swell didn't drop below 4 foot. The water temperatures about 32. Air temperatures between, I don't know, 30 and 38, something like that. But that swell consistency, it doesn't stop.
Yeah.
And it doesn't get windy in the afternoon.
Yeah.
The conversations I had with some of with Fernando and a few other people is, where else in the world could you do this? Where else could you physically do this? Where you've got a government on side, and I mean properly on side. They're building new roads.
Yeah.
new towers, new infrastructure for the contest. You know, they've cleaned the place up. The security's crazy. But not in a bad way, Tom. I've got to tell you, they're everywhere. They're visible. You know, military personnel and policemen and etc. And all armed, obviously. Like you know, we're not used to it in this country, but other countries do it all the time. And they're building something, you know.
This is Poppy Owen just coming through to the inside here. So Josie Hawkes got quite busy in this heat. She's wearing the blue vest for a change. She's been in red for most of the event, and she's got a couple of scores on the board already, and then a little one for Poppy Owen there. Yeah, when I was there was not really a lot of law enforcement at all, and but I do remember that the waves were absolutely fantastic. I think I spent about 3 weeks there, and exactly like you say, it was 4 to 6 foot every single day, and then occasionally it would get very, very, very big, and that right-hander at El Zunzal can be surfed enormous, and it can be surfed enormous by mortals. You know, you can actually go out there. You know, you're not dropping out of the sky on every single wave, rolling takeoffs, bowling big shoulder, and then up the road from there or down the road, I'd catch a bus as long as you could get back in time to this town La Libertad, and then there's a point break there.
Punta Roja.
Yeah, which was like a Rincon type wave. You know, incredible wave, but it really didn't feel safe back then. So I suppose this is testament to the efforts, you know, that the country has made, that it's changed so much.
Well, you know, they've got a natural resource. I mean, we're seeing it everywhere now.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, Portugal have just sort of not just.
It's a good way of putting it. It is a natural resource.
Well, it is.
You know,
think of it that way.
Yeah.
You know,
There was a wave called El Zonte up the road the other way. I remember, just waves everywhere.
I do a bit with the European Surfing Federation, what have you, and we speak to people, you know, from all the countries. And you look at the Canary Islands, Portugal, Spain, France, all the mayors and officials in these countries have realised, you know, and I'm hoping that the Welsh sort of authorities start to listen as well.
Yeah.
That these are natural resources, and these are things that people will travel to stay there, to, you know, buy the cup of tea, whatever they do. And they've got to be looked after. They've got to be maintained. And you know,
but it's bringing money in though as well, isn't it?
Well, of course it is, Tom. But as the crowds grow, it's got to be.
So like 5,000 people come into town for that ISA World Games, you reckon?
In El Salvador?
Yeah.
Good Lord, no. Far more than that. There were 55 countries there.
55 countries, and each of them is a team of about 10, I was assuming.
Not all full teams, but conversely, the big teams had, you know,
their own chefs.
Yeah, all sorts of things. I mean, so, you know, you could have had teams as big as 20 there.
Yeah.
When, you know, actually there was only what do we have? There was only about 8 in each team, but and don't forget, they don't just go out for the event. They'll go out.
Yeah, they train
the week previous or whatever. And
well, when it was used for the Olympic qualifiers the previous time, I know that the Germans kind of caught a few of those other sort of emerging surfing nations by surprise. They'd hired Llewellyn Whitaker, hadn't they, as their head coach.
And Didier Peters working with them now as well.
Yeah, and Leon Glatzer, Marlon Lipke, a few others. They'd gone out about 2 or 3 months early. You know, they were surfing in Costa Rica, they were surfing in Nicaragua. They arrived early for the event, and then it paid off because Leon Glatzer made it into the Olympics, and then Tim Elter has made it into the Olympics this time. So the Germans have had a surfer in both Olympics.
Yeah, and the French are in Tahiti now. They've been out there for a month.
Yeah,
it's, you know, given the opportunity, how would you do it, Tom? It makes perfect sense to me to go early and sort of condition people in the waves you're going to be competing in.
Yeah. Lucas Skinner, I know he's not Welsh, but he is looking good in those events, isn't he?
Yeah. Look, he's one of our shining stars at the moment.
Yeah.
He's still very young.
And there's another one of our shining stars in the water right now, isn't there, in Josie Hawke. Now, she is currently sitting in second because Indy Lynch has picked up a 3.33. And priority is with Poppy Owen right now. So Hawke and Taylor Shelmerdine just off the peak. And here we see. Right, and this is going to be Josie Hawke again, so she's getting busy here. Now I'm going to get an up-to-date set of scores here. After the last of Poppy Owen, and then of course there's another wave for Josie Hawke. Now Josie Hawke needed a 1.5 to jump back up into first then, and I would imagine would have got it, but Indy Lynch would then be looking to replace a 1.17. So Lynch is in a decent spot here with a 3.33 to her name. See much of Josie Hawke, Herb?
She's down in Pembrokeshire, so I don't see her every
See her
day.
at events.
Yeah, events mainly.
Yeah. And that's part of the outfit run by Phil Sadler down there in Pembrokeshire. How long's Phil been involved with the junior coaching now?
Just I would say about 18 months as Welsh, but I mean he's been doing it for years. Yeah, well, we've got Emily Williams and Phil Sadler, who are our national coaches. The money that's come in from the British, UK Sport, etc., and the British organisation, we've managed to glean some funding out of them to keep national coaches in all the home nations, and that's Channel Islands, Scotland, England. So they get a certain amount of funding to, help them to carry on doing these things, because it's incredibly time consuming. Just
right, yeah, of course.
Well, you've got to be with, and don't forget these young people are growing and changing, so you've got to be with them quite a lot, and events that are held around the place, and not only that, just your day to day and week to week.
Indy Lynch. Oh, and just missed that section.
Your day to day, your week to week sort of training, conditioning, all those things. We're fortunate in Wales that we split the position between Emily Williams and Phil.
Yeah.
We came up with that idea, and
so they're employed by the WSF and GB Surfing, are they?
Well, the way it works is GB Surfing give us money to
do right. Okay.
Give to coaches, sort of thing, and we managed to get 2 out of it. So we don't get twice the money, mind.
Yeah.
But look, every little helps,
Yeah.
And
we're gonna take a look at a few of the comments coming in. We got Andy Williams tells us he's watching this from northern Spain. So
happy retirement, Andy.
He has just retired, and Andy is I'm imagining this is the closest we'll go on this topic. I know that if Andy was in front of me right now, he'd be talking about the general election, because he really likes his. Andy is a fan of politics, almost in the way that people are sports fans. He'll be looking for the ding dong. So I'm sure Andy's excited about that.
I think there'd be a couple of subjects. I think there'd be Geraint Thomas in the Giro.
Well, yeah. Now see, I refuse to talk to Andy about cycling. Now, see, I don't recognise cycling yet, because I'm not old enough and retired enough for that.
And what was the champ's name? Pogacar, is it? Who won the Giro, and where he's going to get in the Tour de France, etc.
Is Andy in northern Spain on his bike then?
I think he's in his camper with his missus.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh,
with Liz.
In northern.
Hello, Liz.
Lovely. Hi, Liz. Paul Connerbier says, Herbie Houseitman, and then he has described you as a star in your own bathroom, according to this. I've never heard that one before. I've heard legend in your own lunch hour. But there we go. So Paul Connerbier is still tuned in. The trouble is, Paul, I remember you told me this, Herb. Never pick a fight with a guy who's holding a microphone. So there's an in and out there for Poppy Owen. She's trying to keep as busy as she can. Hawke is now up into the lead. 4.33 for her last wave. Indy Lynch would need a 4.01 flat to take the lead back. There's 7 minutes and 45 left. Indy Lynch with an up and down there. I don't think she quite made that closeout turn. Now I remember the day you told me about picking fights with a guy holding a microphone. It was when it was probably the first time I ever held a microphone at a surf contest. Let me see if you remember this. Mimizan, 1998, and I was doing the French and English announcing with somebody, a Frenchman who was like their kind of beach announcer, a guy called Doudou. Do you remember him? Or Dodo or something they called him. Do you remember him? He wasn't he a retired school teacher or something? And he was he was feeling a bit long in the tooth, and he didn't want to call it all day. So they said, right, have we got anyone else on the beach who can do French and English? And I ended up in there calling a few of the scores.
Ask me one on sport, Tom. I really can't.
Do you remember that one?
Oh, come on.
Do you remember him? I'm wondering if you remember Doudou. You don't remember him, do you? I asked after him. I'm not
You're
sure.
right. Let's go back to cycling. I can't remember.
You can't remember him, can you? No, because he was apparently a bit of a legend in his time, but I haven't seen him announcing in France for a while. And anyway, you said if you're holding the microphone, you can pick a fight with anyone you like.
Well, you can. Doesn't mean you're going to win.
No. No, well, that's the trouble. They might then choose to pick an actual fight afterwards. And here we go on the backside. Now, this is Poppy Owen. Oh, and she would have had a chance to rack up the points if she'd gotten into the lip on that one there. Hawke with another score to come in. Owen with another score to come in too. And then on the front side, now this is Taylor Shelmerdine. And she's been surfing well all event. And makes a bit of progress through to the inside section there, Shelmerdine. So we got 5 minutes, or 5.5, just under 6 left. And we're gonna be crowning another Welsh champion in 5.5 minutes time. Well, maybe it'll take 7 if we end up with some scores to wait for in the last minute or two. But at the moment, Josie Hawke, she's in the position you'd want to be in, isn't she? She's got the highest scoring wave of the heat at 4.33. She has got a 3 as her backup. Indy Lynch, you wouldn't say no to her position. A 3.33, so the second highest scoring wave of the heat to her name. So she would need a wave which isn't the highest wave of the entire heat, but would be her highest wave, a 4.01, to move up into second. The Beach Marshal Rigian Brewer has just turned the red disc around. We've got a nice looking right-hander coming through here, and someone's going to spin and go, and I think this might be Josie Hawke. And, glances over that white water. There's a possible reform coming up for her here. Hawke pushing through to the inside. She's going to make it secure with this, and she stomps one on the inside. Maybe not quite getting the make on that, but only looking to top of 3. But behind her goes Indy Lynch, and Lynch makes that turn. She's moving. Goes for a big layback snap on the inside. She doesn't make that either, but the work was done on the outside. So we're going to get some scores coming in for both Hawke and Lynch. Now, Lynch was looking for a 4.01. It's not impossible that she just got it. Hawke only needing to replace a 3, though. If she does that, which I think is also possible, then it'll mean that the score required by Indy Lynch is actually higher than a 4. So you can see we've got the waiting for scores going on. I don't know whether the live scores are ever so slightly behind. I think Taylor Shelmerdine and Poppy Owen now have first and second priority, so that would be the priority should say green, red. So I think your scoreboard on the live feed is a little bit behind ours. Last of Josie Hawke, a 3.23. Last of Indy Lynch, a 3.1. So Hawke has gone further out in front. Lynch needed a 4.01. Now she needs a 4.23. But that's gettable. Priority with Shelmerdine. Second priority Owen. Hawke has made it back out. There it goes. I think that was Taylor Shelmerdine. And here goes Poppy Owen on the inside. So very quickly now. It was Lynch who rode a wave just then. She was looking for another one of those snaps. If she lands one of them, she'll get a big score. 0.97 for that one, though, so they haven't credited her with the make. There's going to be a wave here for Taylor Shelmerdine on the front side, but she doesn't make the takeoff. Josie Hawk has got one landing on her head. And she's going to have the one behind on her head as well. 2.5 minutes left. Josie Hawk. It feels, Herbie, doesn't it, in the last 2 or 3 minutes that the exchange kind of went her way.
She seems to be getting stronger.
And everybody in the lineup is inside of this set. Feels like the surf's picking up slightly. We've still got an hour and a half to go till low tide. So Lantwit's doing its thing again now. And there's a wide one coming through. Nobody taking that. 1 minute and 40 seconds left, and no sets on the horizon now. Lynch would need a 4.24 to take first. Now, it's not mathematically impossible that Poppy Owen or Taylor Shelmerdine could still become Welsh champion in the next minute and 20. They would need, here goes, Indy Lynch. Now this is going to need a big inside turn here. Oh, goes for it. Oh, just missed the lip, went underneath it and on the backside. This was on the backside. I think it was Josie Hawk also rode one. So Poppy Owen or Taylor Shelmerdine would need 5.96 to get first place in one go. 45 seconds left. The only one of those that's in the lineup now is Shelmerdine. Hawk, Owen and Lynch have all just ridden waves. Lynch with a 1.6. So she's going to have it all to do if she's going to get back out in time. It's not impossible. And there's going to be a little chip in here for Taylor Shelmerdine. And that won't be the 5.96. All of these girls deservingly picking up some silverware anyway. We come down to the last 10 seconds. Josie Hawk's going to do it here. Her last wave as well increased the requirement to 3.23, leaves Indy Lynch still actually needing a wave in the mid-4s, but I don't think Lynch is going to be in place, and that is that. So Josie Hawk, if she carries on this way, Herb, she'll have half as many titles as Sharp.
Yeah.
Is that possible in the modern day? We did try to count them. It's about 40, isn't it?
Oh, I
when
don't
you
know.
add when you add the swimming and you add the juniors and things like that.
I don't know. You'll have to ask her.
Okay, we're going to go to a break, and after the break, there will be, I think, a couple of the boys have paddled out. So, speak to you soon. Okay, so we're back. The live scoreboard will update shortly. We've got Josie Hawk will be making her way up from that last heat as a champion. In the water now. It is the under-18 boys final, so that is the big one. Is that the last heat of the day then, Herb, if it's the under-18 boys final? I'm guessing.
I think. Have a look at the... Yeah, I think it
Willem
is.
Beck.
I think it is, but have a look.
Kobe Williams. Willem Beck is in the red. Kobe Williams And that looks like Tom O'Leary to me in the blue. Going for it. Willem Beck, Kobe Williams, Ewan Buick, and Tom O'Leary. Well, I can see a podium being built, which is usually done during the last heat of the day, isn't it? But I will have a little look at the heat sheets.
I know we had to move a few things around because we got people in the same heats, you know.
Yeah, we've finished all the other categories from what I can see here, so I do believe this to be... no, we've got the under-16 boys final still to run as well. Oh, and a bit of busy work here on the backhand. Now this is Ewan Buick, who was ripping yesterday, in particular on the backhand, and Vaughnie and I had speculated that if you gave Ewan Buick a right-hander with a bit of a face, that he was going to rack up some points. This is Willem Beck, who got some good work done on his front side this morning and yesterday, and won the junior longboards yesterday. So he's in the red. And then we've got Kobe John Williams, Porthcawl, and Tom O'Leary. So there's 2 Porthcawls. The Becks are from Tenby, I believe.
No, St. David's.
St. David's, is it?
Check on there to see if the running order's on there. Because this lad's running down late, and I don't think it's our mistake.
Let's have a look. So we've got, as a running order, I think we're going into the under-16 boys next. So this,
It's on there, isn't it?
we've got a surfer going down he's in 2 heats back to back. And he's going to arrive slightly late for this one. A bit of work being done on the backhand here for Tom O'Leary. I think we're going to get a bit of a ding-dong in this heat. Surfers are getting busy early. So some scores will drop. We're just going to get the scores refreshed. I would imagine a fairly decent couple of points on the board for both Buick and O'Leary. So Herbie is going to do a few minutes of contest organising, and then he's going to be back. It's been a real pleasure to have Herbie involved there in the booth, and he is coming back. We've got Buick, Beck, O'Leary. So Kobe Williams is somehow going into this heat late. And it's not the end of the world for Kobe. He can use the rip to get out. It's quite easy to get out fast if you hug those rocks closely. We've got Ewan Buick, Willem Beck, Tom O'Leary and Kobe. I'm just trying to think. Now Ewan is the one who hasn't been in any other categories today, isn't he? He's and here he goes on the front side. Oh, and pushes for a rotator. We are going to head into the under-16 boys final after this as well. So some scores will drop now for both Buick and O'Leary. Now Buick, I suppose, didn't really have anything to lose by trying the air on that last one. He's posted a 6.67 for his first wave. First of Beck, a 3.6. And there's a bigger score still to come for O'Leary. When I say bigger than O'Leary's first. It might not be as big as Buick's first. So everybody getting busy, and the peak is working nicely now, and fairly consistently as well. So there's a little lull. We're going to go to a very quick commercial message from some of our supporters, and we'll be back with more of the under-18 boys final after this.
You should have seen him at the local hall. Now they're playing at the Hollywood Bowl. White lights shining on them bright. First time it gave them a fright. Ow! When the show was over, we all went into town. Made an Eskimo in a white gown.
Yes, and comment on our YouTube, please. We're now waiting for 2 scores of Tom O'Leary because he's ridden a right-hander with a top turn. And this is Willem Beck. Goes to the front side gouge. He's coming down the inside, got some speed here this time, and goes for another one of those gouges. And if he sticks that, he'll get a couple of points. And then we've got... I think they won't give him the make for that second turn then. But the judges have got a bit of work to do now. The judges can end up backed up, and I think that's probably what will have happened here. The judges will have... They've got about 4 or 5 scores to drop. Right, so we got all of them in. And here we go. So O'Leary with a 3.83 and a 3.63. And then Buick has then added a 4.63 to his tally. And then we've got Beck posting a 3.6 and a 2.87 as well. So it's pretty stacked here. Now, Ewan Buick is in the drive-in seat. And I am joined now. Hugh John is just giving some advice to important members of the contest organising team. He's, of course, contest director, so it was great to have him in the booth for a bit. But I've now got a local... Lantwit shredder legend all round. Oh, huge frontside hack from Ewan Buick, and coming down to the inside here, a chance to really stamp this one out, and that is gonna put him... Oh, he's still going here on this one. That is going to put him out front and almost around the corner when he adds that to a 6.67. I would imagine that's going to end up more than the 6.67. For me, I might be wrong. I'm not a judge, and if I was, I'd be a bad one. Yeah, I'm joined by all-round nice guy, Lantwit, ripper, shredder, storyteller, raconteur, gentleman thief, scholar, rogue, doing the locomotion like Kylie Minogue. It is Kieran Thompson. How are you doing, Kieran Thompson?
That was an introduction.
Yeah, we try to do it.
Yeah.
Now, let's just... Diana's going to kind of sound check you live here, so what we need to do... obviously, you at home can't see these microphones. That's like, if you can put your chin around about there.
Yeah.
And then just maybe tell us your name and your home address and your bank details. And
That's it.
Diana will then be able to hear your voice and see if it's working.
And testing. Kieran Thompson, Lantwit Major. And here we are with Tom in the booth.
It's a pleasure to have you in here, Kieran. I did see you briefly earlier, and you gave me some advice on where not to go surfing, which I promptly ignored.
Yeah, you totally ignored it. You went and paddled out almost to Porlock over there, didn't you? Really?
Yeah, I did. It was very hard work, actually. And then I'm told I was in when it was the wrong bit of the tide, but I think that's everybody's excuse, isn't it?
Yeah. I think it's very short-lived ledges, and it's you got to be right on it. And if you go about 10, 20 yards further out than you were, where you went, you pretty much missed it then. So you did a classic non-local manoeuvre of Lantwit and just paddled out to the point, basically, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Good skills, though. You look like you knew what you were doing, going to the point.
I managed to turn around and get one of Buick going again there, and that's a big frontside gaff. The way he gets his front arm out the way and pulls that round. You saw that last wave of Ewan Buick, then it didn't come in as high as the first. He got a 6.5. Did you see the first of Buick as well, Key?
No, I missed that one. I was just literally getting in the van just then. But there was that the left hand the
left-hander was that was a 6.5.
Yeah, all the way through to the inside.
Yeah, he had a slightly shorter.
I mean, that's a tricky little wave to have on the way out as well, those lefts, because
yes,
it's mainly the rights at this stage now. But
They
yeah, if you
bowl
get-
in at a bit of an odd angle, don't
yeah,
they?
if you can get a sneaky little left, that's good. And his went for a while, didn't it?
Yeah, it
Fair
did.
play.
Been surfing much?
I have a little bit for the past, up until the waves stopped the other week.
Because you had an injury, hadn't you?
Yeah, that was a while ago. I've been good. I've been good for the past year.
You had back trouble, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a while ago. And then I tweak it now and again, but yeah, no, all good, fit, strong.
Yeah.
Had a little couple of sessions down the coast.
And you've been surfing abroad a bit, haven't you? Work's been taking you.
Yeah.
You've been in Jamaica.
Jamaica the other year, which was interesting. That for 3 months, working over there. The job took me over there and found some cool ways and some cool people, obviously. And that was brilliant. Just to having the opportunity of being over there and finding stuff out whilst working. Because it's different being somewhere and working rather than just diving into somewhere and going looking for waves and going for a surf and then diving back out.
I bet, yeah.
It's very different. Meeting a little community, meeting a little team of people that were down there. Real small little community in the northeast of Jamaica there.
So you for
There
the
we go.
benefit of the
Someone
listener,
paddling.
here
Someone's
he
up and riding.
goes. I think this is Willem Beck.
Nice little off a whitewater there.
Yeah, keep him busy.
Yep.
For the benefit of the listener, then, Kieran, you work in the TV production industry, designing sets. Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that
Well,
what you call it?
effectively, I work for art departments and have done for about 17 years now. Quite a while. Various art departments from BBC through to international companies. Disney, HBO. Last job previous was with Oprah.
Right.
Oprah took me to Jamaica.
So you were for Jamaica for Oprah.
yeah. Basically, yeah. She was
Designing. So
well,
what was it?
I was
A studio set then, was it?
No, I was a supervising art director on that. So the designer was another Welshman called Arwell Wynne Jones,
Right.
and he here we go, up and riding, two up and riding.
There's two up and riding here. Kobe John Williams, who arrived late for the heat.
I mean, there's a section in between that. That's okay, isn't it, nowadays?
Yeah, it's absolutely fine. There won't be an interference there.
Yeah. No, so I was taken over there, and we had to build some sets over in Jamaica. So I had to oversee the building of sets, but set it all up and supervise the construction, the build, the painting, the whole setup.
Yeah,
and
interesting.
Yeah, it was cool. It was
And your wonderful other half, Tracy.
yes.
Where did she join you out of these trips?
Well,
Which countries did she go?
she came over to Jamaica because it coincided with the half term.
Right.
One of the half terms.
So that lets me crack one of the most unfunny grandpa jokes I ever see. Because where did Tracy go?
Jamaica.
No, she went by herself.
Hey.
Anyway, go on.
Yeah, so she managed to, get over there with me, and
Yeah.
we had a cool little time and up and
On
riding.
the front side, O'Leary getting a bit of work done. I mean, everybody here is chasing Buick down, aren't they? And that. I mean, I suppose I suppose there's European qualification on the line as well, isn't there? So
That all comes in through this as well, doesn't it?
yeah, it does. Yeah. So
Nice.
O'Leary will be sitting pretty there with a second
I didn't realise you had it here.
place. Yeah. No. Oh, sorry. No. For the sorry. I'm when these new guys come into the booth. The only way to explain things is live on air. So yeah, that screen in front of you there, Kieran. That's what they're seeing at home.
So good now.
So we look between. So you've got your eyes out there on the sea,
Yeah.
and then you can look at the screen, and then you know exactly what the viewer is.
You guys got it so
seeing.
sorted out nowadays.
Well, I'm
Well
deeply
done.
flattered to hear you talk like that because you're actually a pro. So
No,
if
it's
you
just
if you
it-
think our production from a little VW van here is
Hey, look, we're in the
cutting the mustard,
at the bottom of Wales on a windy beach, with all this kit,
broadcasting live.
broadcasting live. It's amazing, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really good.
Yeah, things have come a long way, haven't they? In surfing and what we can do.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the podcast is another example of this. We can basically record a radio program out of a backpack.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
And have it up and on air. And with my mate James Dodge, you can do. We've had the ghost of Richard Burton visit us on set. We got 5 minutes left here now, and as the 5-minute flag comes up.
Up and riding.
This will be Willem Beck. Now he can put together a nice close-out Rio when he gets through the section, but won't get the chance there. Now Tom O'Leary, Ewan Buick, he is round the corner. and nearly out of sight. It's a 9.17, the requirement, which would be an absolutely colossal score
Yeah, it's tricky.
in these conditions and in this event. So really, Tom is looking for two. Everybody's looking for two waves. I mean, really, this is Ewan Buick's. I mean, it's his title, isn't it? It's hard to see it going any other way.
Yeah, it's difficult ones for the other guys, especially at this stage now. It sort of gets a bit quiet. When's low? How long we got till low?
About an hour.
Oh,
we
right,
can,
no,
we
we got a
can
bit of time.
actually we can
We got a
pull
bit
the
of time.
tides up. So if you now there we go, Kieran. You look at the screen there.
Look at that.
You can
Fair
talk us
play.
through those tides. How do they look for Lantwitters tides?
Well, 3:30. What are we looking at now? Yeah, hour. You know, just bang on low tide at Lanted. It always goes a little bit quiet. You know,
Right.
you get that sort of weird lull. So I think they got a bit of time to. We're playing the time before it goes quiet. You know.
Yeah. Oh,
you go,
and here
bit
we
of a left
go.
round that
Buick.
ball.
He's got some speed here. I mean, he's got no reason to do anything other than try and do airs and things like that. Interesting gesture for someone who's way out in front. O'Leary on the one behind, and now he's going to have a priority race. Oh, this is a bit of
Game on.
excitement here. He's kicks himself out to try and get out in front, but then he seems to have dropped his surfboard, and so
Backhand.
yes, more speed, less haste, and off we go.
That's amazing. That panic, isn't it? That bit of panic between
Bit of panic,
kicking out the back and then right, I've got to get back out the back.
and
Get a
meanwhile,
wriggle on.
Buick is stroking past him. There's a lovely phrase, you know. We've managed, but it's only because you're in here now, Kieran. We managed to go the entire event without me quoting the great bard.
Good boy.
But I'm going to now. Celerity is never more admired than by the negligent.
Right, you're gonna have to explain that one to me.
So the word celerity means being very fast and efficient.
Okay.
Negligent means being
Yeah.
rubbish.
Yeah.
Celerity is never more admired than by the negligent. So there you are, you're
Yeah.
falling off your board, you're failing to paddle, and the guy stroking past you, and at that point you will never more admire his celerity than when you are in your own act of negligence. Cleopatra
Coming at
says
ya.
that. Cleopatra coming at you. Yeah, I don't think a bard wrote that bit
Right,
for
he missed out, didn't
Cleopatra.
he?
Yeah, but
He
but
would-
you know,
Look how well he would have done.
yeah, it would have become an idiom, wouldn't it? You know, just as important as, you know, dog will have his day, or willy nilly, which was invented by the bard.
He came up with some classics. We did a show called Will. And
Oh,
it was,
yeah.
It was about the background of his life, but it didn't it didn't do very well. We built these fantastic sets.
Who
for
was
it.
that for?
That was for HBO, I think.
Oh,
Or no, Universal.
Yeah.
It was a big show, American show. Came over here and we rebuilt the Globe Theatre just down the road in
Oh, wow.
in Bridgend in the studios,
Goodness
in
me.
Dragon Studios. Yeah, our little stint of William Shakespeare and Marlowe.
Oh,
Nice.
bit of
That's
juice
nice.
going on here. This is Willem Beck. Could have done with doing this earlier in the heat, couldn't he? Gets
Yeah.
up and over that section. He's got some water to
Nice.
push, and he's going to get the make for that as well. Could jump
See
to
those,
second with
those
that.
little rights at this stage of tide usually bowl out and run a little bit better
Yeah,
than the
they do.
lefts.
Now, there's a minute left, right? And although Buick has walked away with this one, Beck could leapfrog O'Leary here, but we're going to have to do the maths off the screen to work this out. So he's 2.23 behind on the second wave. So if he was to pick up a 4.23, he would reach 7.83 but be carrying the higher single score and would displace O'Leary. Was that a 4.23 that we saw just then from Willem Beck? Because if it was, he'll leapfrog O'Leary. And that may have European qualification implications. That was a 5.43.
What, that last right-hander?
Yeah, so Beck jumps up into second and O'Leary down into third with 15 seconds
Oh,
left.
man, he-
So although the title isn't going to change hands here, but now O'Leary's got a chance to reply, and he needs... well, I can't just pull the maths up off the screen. I've got to have to work it out. It would be a pretty good score, probably 4.5, but he won't have got it. So Willem Beck
Oosh. Oops.
jumps into second, and so O'Leary's going to now have a nervous wait on European selection as a result of that last exchange. Willem Beck. So just as you thought that it was all a done deal and that there was nothing else going on in this heat, Willem Beck has ended up not winning the Welsh title in the last seconds, but he's turned the heat on a very, very important place marker
That was a good. That
with
was a
the
good
Junior
right, man.
Europeans in Santa Cruz this year.
Oh, he must be stoked. Well, he will be stoked. Anyway,
Yeah,
when he gets out of
deserving of the 5 point something.
there. Yeah. I mean that right hander then, those couple of turns, they were poetry on that bit there, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. They were.
A couple of them prior to that, he'd have been all right, wouldn't
Yeah. Dominant performance by Buick to take that one down. And so we're going to take a quick commercial and we're going to go to the last heat of the day. Kieran Thompson staying with us, hopefully.
he? Yeah, I'll hang around for a little bit.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So you can see there, please comment on our YouTube channel. The last of the finals, the last heat of the day is underway. And it's a good one. It's got Luca Owen in the red. Now, I've never met a surfer in the world more obsessed with the red vest and the colour red than Greg Owen, Luca's dad. And Greg will be delighted before a wave has been slashed in anger at the thought that his son Luca is going to be in the red vest.
He's
In the red vest.
chest thumping.
And Greg is wearing a red coat and stood on the shoreline with hand gestures
He's
that
doing
would...
He's doing the full signals now.
His hand gestures would bring a 767 into Gatwick
I think
without trouble.
I think he's pulling something into, Sinathan here.
And there he is. There he is. You can say, oh no, that was nearly him. Camera nearly found him. Yeah, he's bringing the Hercules into St. Athan. and then Kobe John Williams. So there's 3 Porthcawl boys in this one because Thomas O'Leary down there in the blue is Porthcawl as well. So Owen, Williams and O'Leary all Porthcawl. And then Arthur Buick. And there is Tom O'Leary straight away up and riding. Hasn't even come in between the 2 heats.
Cool.
And so,
where's Arthur from then? If the 3 Porthcawlies.
Yeah, he's out west. I think they're
Good.
the St. David's area.
Representing West Wales. Nice.
Representing. So he's the brother of the guy that won the last heat. And I think that
Wow.
was Arthur then. That's Kobe John on the right-hander.
2 up and riding.
And Kobe won the under-14s here last year, I do believe. And and then Luca Owen, we all know. What else can be said about Luca Owen? He's a supporter of Cardiff City and Chelsea.
Up and riding.
And he is up and riding, yeah. And he's getting a bit of work done. And here he goes. And off the top. And good start for Luca too. If he gets one more manoeuvre here, it'll add some points. Oh, right the way through.
Nice,
No,
on the
so
rocks.
you calling that the no claim? Or was it a sort of a I'm about to cut my fingers on the rocks kind of claim?
I think
It was. There was some sort of body language at the end of that, wasn't there?
That's right. That was a good effort. That was fair play.
Yeah.
All the way through. Tricky conditions over there on those rights.
Very windy. I tell you what, one thing I haven't commented on, we talked about the boats, right? But it's unlikely to have been picked up by the ambient noise. There's a skylark overhead here, and you can hear it all day long. Have you noticed it?
You do hear it now and again. I wouldn't have like put a finger on the skylark though, but fair play.
I can hear it out the window just then. I could pick it up. Incredible. Not a particularly exciting bird to look at, the skylark, but sounds wonderful. So the camera, the camera's going to track. That's
Slash.
Kobe Williams. The camera keeps coming dangerously close to allowing us to see Greg Owen's magic dance.
He's got a warm-up dance and a beach signal dance, which is quite cool, isn't it?
Yeah, they're very similar.
Fair
And
play.
there he is. There's Greg Owen in the red.
Yeah.
He's wearing that red coat. Oh, and he's going to go back out of the image again.
Yeah, he can't have too much of the screen time.
Now he's got, right? He's borrowed this idea from the NFL. So, in the NFL, they learn all the codes, don't they, and all the playbook,
Yeah.
So they learn, red 42, 21, happy hut, and all this, whatever it is. And then, of course, the players all move around in the off-season, and they have to change all the codes in the playbook again, because otherwise
Everyone
a
knows
player
everything.
a player who was in the other team could sit there and listen into the huddle.
Up and riding.
Yeah, up and riding. This is Kobe John. So Greg and Luca,
Kobe Williams.
they use NFL methodology,
All right.
and they refresh and reset all their hand signals
Really?
every couple of events, because otherwise
Everyone knows.
everyone else in the lineup could also follow Greg's hands.
Man, that is so... That's full on, isn't it?
That's good. Oh, look, you
That's
see he's
brilliant.
gesturing something there. You could see him just then. He came in and out of the image.
I think that signal there is hot dogs for tea, I think.
Yeah. So what happens, see now, is if Luca wins this heat, Greg gets a call from the NFL. He'll be working the sidelines, or he'll be in Major League Baseball, pinching his nose, tapping his baseball cap, like in the final scene of The Naked Gun. You know the one I mean?
I think I do.
When they're all tapping their hats and pulling their nose and
That's-
spitting their tobacco on the floor and all that.
Is that when Matey goes down the stairs? And
That's that's the one. Yeah, when Nordberg goes flying down the stairs at the end, doesn't he? Slapstick comedy. Leslie Nielsen, the main
best.
actor of that, isn't it? And the Zucker brothers. They made a few of them. Airplane, Hot Shots, and Hot Shots Part 2.
Amazing one-lines in there. I'm not going to, embarrass myself for trying to quote any, but there's some classics. in
Oh,
there,
there's
you
some
know.
fantastic one-liners. I mean,
Sums
there's
up.
there's
Bit of a fade and then round. That's quite good.
yeah. Lieutenant Drebin walks into a bar, sits down in the chair, and the chair is too low, and only his forehead is visible above the bar. And the landlord says, "What'll it be?" And he says, "Screwdriver." Oh, so I got it the wrong way round here now. He takes the screwdriver stood up, then he sits on the chair that's too low, and props the chair up. There's that fabulous, very well scripted piece about there's been a shooting, and the gunman was called twice, and there's another guy called once. There's a guy called Jim Fell. There's a guy called Phil Din, and so they're interviewing what's happening. It's going, all right, well, so twice had been fired from work, so somebody fired twice, who then shot once, and then Jim fell. No, he didn't. Jim didn't. No, Jim. Who's Jim Fell? It comes right there, and then the lady who
Genius bit of writing.
she turns out to be the criminal, and she gets arrested, and then he goes, oh, here we go on the front side, Kobe John.
Nice.
Oh, just
Unfortunately.
they're tired. Some of these guys have been surfing all day, haven't they?
It's a long old day when you're down the
He's a-
beach, isn't it?
Leslie
Fair play.
Nielsen's character Drebin, he says, "Sergeants, take her away and book her," and then shakes each of the coppers' hands. "Sergeant, take her away." "Sergeant, book her."
It's a visual joke, that is, Tom.
Yeah,
You're describing a visual comedy.
I probably
and
yeah.
script comedy over,
Yes.
Fair play,
Oh, Tom
Well,
O'Leary on the
well.
backhand here now.
Here we go. This one little section might go through.
And then he goes. We had a little stint yesterday, where the camera was down,
Someone's
and
on
we
left.
tried to describe the action for people who couldn't see it. We like the
Yeah,
5 Live.
Yeah.
Vaughan made himself scarce at that point,
It's difficult,
and yeah,
Like live, like now, green up and riding,
yeah,
bit
you
of a
can't
fade.
see and it's not on the TV.
bit of a fade off the bottom.
There we go. You're
Off
doing
the
it.
top.
You're doing it. You're doing the John Murray, because
Yeah.
the audience couldn't see that one. The cameras missed it. Couple of turns for Arthur Buick there. Kobe Williams is leading this heat as the screen stands, but I'm going to make triple sure of that, because we sometimes have a scoreboard that's slightly ahead of the screen. And he is. Kobe Williams is leading this heat. Buick would need a 2.37 to advance, and I would dare say that he would have gone quite close to that, because that was that wave of green that you commentated, Kieran, that the viewers at home didn't see. 2.37. It's fallen just short with a 2.03. And Tom O'Leary, though, is in a good... Both Tom O'Leary and Luca Owen are in good positions because they've got high single scores. Luca Owen now jumps into the lead with a 3.77, and O'Leary with a 2.87. So if the Ocean was to go flat now, and it could do with an outgoing tide, then Greg Owen will be... He'll be making the Macarena look like a straitjacket.
He's doing the crow at the moment, the scarecrow, whatever that is.
I think the camera's just ever so slightly capable
so
of.
Those scores come through pretty quick, don't they?
They come through quick on the screen. Yeah, we're not always totally synced. Greg Owen with the hand gestures.
Hand jive, Owen.
I just think director Diana has just run off to suggest that the cameraman tries to give us a few of Greg Owen's hand signals.
Here we go. Up
and on the front side here is Luca Owen. And he's getting some work done here. And if he gets... This could be... wow. I mean, he's getting the work done there, isn't he, Kieran?
Yep.
Luca Owen, he's in front already. He's playing defence on a 3.6. So do you think he improved a 3.6 just then?
Well, I'm not sure. You know, that wall just sort of fizzled out a bit. It wasn't much of a runner compared to the other one, was it? At the back, up and going.
Here we see that is Arthur. No, that's Kobe John Williams, and he is not happy. Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. When you're frustrated in the middle of sports, you should try to save frustration for the end, because in the middle, it's just going to express frustration in the middle.
I could not. Put it down to 25 minutes in the sea. My frustration would go in within the first 10 minutes. even Atlanta. And
you speak with great modesty, Kieran. I've seen you. Oh, nice bit of work done by Arthur Buick there as well. So the front-siders coming in. Now, Luca Owen didn't improve his score. He got a 3.47, which means that this is within catching distance for O'Leary. Greg Owen is now sat down on the rocks. I think it's a difficult job for the cameraman to keep being able to track the surfers and pick up Greg Owen for us.
Yeah, they're in two different positions there, isn't it? Especially from shooting from this angle.
Yeah.
It's difficult contests, you know.
You've put together some good heats in your time. I've seen you.
About 1 million years ago, you know, did have a little look at it for a little while. Did a little British Cup stuff. The Mambo Scholastics back in the day, and there's a contest down at Langland, up and riding on the left. Good tip. Look at that.
Oof. Drop wallet. Kobe John.
Yeah, a long time ago though. You know, but that British Cup series when Russell, Spencer, and all them were. Yeah,
late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah. It was a good scene. I think it seemed to push a bit of British surfing, didn't it? You know, those boys did really well out of it. And
that Mambo Scholastics was a
that was down Porthcawl.
Big event at Coney Beach, I think it was in, wasn't it?
But did a few of them for a while, and then uni came and it was that sort of thing. You know, there's a couple of lads from Porthcawl. I remember James Jones did the same thing. He went to uni. A few of us sort of peeled off to uni, and then that was it, really. You know, drifted away from it for a little while. There's not much surfing going on in Manchester. You know?
No, but you did a bit of travel in between your time at uni, though, didn't you? Because you went to Indonesia a few times, and
well, the first time was after uni. Actually, it was like that was like the realization of like 1996. Right, here we go. Went with the Phillips family, and it was they're going to go to Bali for that contest.
Oh, the World Juniors,
up and riding.
Luca on the backhand, bit of spray. Nice. If he gets a second section here,
and off this
and again, and makes that one, and again.
Nice.
Now I'm calling that. Interesting body language at the end. I am calling that one does improve on his 3.6, and Greg will be Greg will be far more nervous than he ever was
Yeah, he stood up again now. Look.
during his own career. And here he comes. Oh, the camera nearly got him. We nearly had Greg, but we've got
the whitewater.
Arthur Buick, which I got to say, actually, I prefer to watch Arthur Buick surf than Greg Owen dance on the rocks. But
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if Arthur gets one of those ones that just sort of bowl up on the point and then
he'll
just
knock it to
have,
bits,
have
won't
a bit more of a running right-hander, he's got a good chance of getting a couple of good turns on it.
so G-Land, didn't you go there as
Yeah,
well?
yeah. We went the first time with 96 with Nate's folks and that, and Carl, and watched all them do all that stuff, and that was just like an eye-opener to
Yeah.
Indo. You know, it's just like, right, that's it, game on. And we went there for like years, just each year, every other year, you know, for I don't know, multiple times, and then the one trip, yeah, we did go to G-Land.
And had you met Tracy at that point?
No, I
No.
didn't meet Tracy till I was
A bit
doing a
later.
round the world trip in 1999.
So did you meet abroad, did you?
Yeah, I went in Hawaii.
Ah, wow.
I was in Hawaii. I was at
That's
the end of a round the world trip.
A 6-point ride for
There
the
you go.
last of Luca Owen. He has taken a stranglehold on this heat.
That was a solid wave.
A 6-point ride. And this now leaves Tom O'Leary needing a 5.78 in a drop in tide. So, frontside Rio for, I think that was Arthur Buick. And so the priority currently sits with Kobe Williams. Tom O'Leary in second priority. Yeah, because Arthur Buick just road running Luca Owen in third priority. These kids are experienced enough to use priority a little bit. The hand signals from Greg are going to go next level in the last. There's 5 minutes left.
Yeah, Miss Lambert, she works in Porthcawl.
She must have taught all of these.
I think so. Yeah, she's got we got 2 up.
Oof, so yeah, she does
She works in
textiles
design textiles and that in Porthcawl. Yeah,
and Welsh Baccalaureate.
that's right. Yeah. So I know she's. Here we go. On the left as
Oh,
well.
on the front side, he's fallen off. I think that was Kobe Williams. Now the thing is, right, I'm going to suggest correlation does not imply causation, right? But we did see him punch in the water, kicking off a wave 2 waves ago. Since when he's fallen off on 2 makeable turns.
Yeah, just what we were saying earlier. If you start losing your head, a bit, your focus goes, and
Yeah.
I can attest for that sometimes, quite a lot.
Finals are a little bit different, aren't they,
It's pressure.
to progression heats, because you're not looking to try and get into the top 2. You're basically
It's on.
first or whatever.
Yeah.
However, there are European places, so that O'Leary will be, well, seeing this as his chance to get in as well. I think through the if he doesn't get in through the 18s, you can get in through the 16s.
Did O'Leary's dad used to surf?
Steve
Steve O'Leary.
Yeah,
Is that family?
yeah,
Same
he's
family?
a Porthcawl.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a surfer.
Yeah.
Steve. Did you know him? Do you?
Well, the O'Leary. I'm sure there was an O'Leary that used to come down to Lantet now and again, or around here.
Might well be. Might well be.
I know there's it's a familiar surname in that. There's
Yeah.
people that come and gone obviously in the time, but
You mentioned Hawaii just then.
Mm.
Oh, 3 minutes 20. It's getting tight.
Yeah, I was travelling home. I
Yeah.
was meant to go there for 2 weeks and then have a couple more weeks in LA set building,
Right.
because I'd made some contacts travelling around the world working.
Okay.
Here we go, up and riding on the right.
Oh, that is.
It's a difficult wave. That
That's
one.
Arthur Buick.
Oh, might little reform.
These waves do reform, don't they? These
Yeah.
rights.
Yeah.
And Luca Owen has really. It's paid off for Luca Owen in this heat to carry on riding on waves, doesn't it? There were surfers who might have kicked out, especially if there was a priority race on the cards. And by keeping on going through the inside, and Arthur Buick again, the wave looked like it didn't have any points. And
No, it didn't look like it was going to go anywhere, did it?
No.
And then it sort of you do get those little runners on the inside across those right-handers.
we are now into the last 2.5 minutes of this heat, and that was a paddle, and that would possibly be a priority loss paddle. I think it was Kobe Williams. No, it was Arthur Buick. Oh, I don't have up-to-date priority here. 2 minutes remaining. Luca Owen has the lead and priority. Now, whether he can see priority from where he is. It's not that easy to see Priority from down there.
Someone's up.
And there goes O'Leary. Now he'll go to the bottom of the priority rung, the bottom rung of the priority ladder for that stand-up. And he does. So Luca Owen right now has got a minute 40. This will be his first Junior Welsh title.
Excellent.
To my knowledge. I beg your forgiveness, Greg, if I'm wrong.
There's a bit of a set coming, I think. No.
And there is a bit of a set coming, and Priority
Up and
could
right
play.
now.
And this is
Ooh.
Buick.
Buick going for a big turn.
So the one behind, will this be Luca using his Priority? No, that's Kobe John, and a blast, and
Nice.
go on, Scott, makes it, and claims it. It'll be, Kobe John would need a 7 to take the win, which I don't think that will be, but he could move a few positions here. We're down to the last minute. Luca Owen Priority, Tom O'Leary Priority number 2. O'Leary needs a 5.78 to take the title. Luca Owen sits and he waits. Luca will be hoping the ocean goes flat. O'Leary will be hoping that something comes. When it comes, he's going to have one shot. There won't be enough time for anything else. It is going to be a real buzzer beater. If there is going to be a change, there's a wave coming through. It's slightly to the south or to the east end of the point. Somebody's scrabbling around on the backhand. It's Arthur Buick on the inside. He needs a big score on this. It's not impossible as well. Arthur Buick, he'd need a 6.47. He would need the wave of the heat. And he is still going. I'm not quite sure that that's going to go to the 6.47. We're down to the last 10 seconds. If Tom O'Leary doesn't stand up in the next 10 seconds, then we are probably going to be seeing Luca Owen take it down, because I'm not sure there's going to be a paddle here. Priority used by Luca Owen. Yep. And the bell goes.
Yes.
I think he's done it. I'd be astonished if Arthur Buick gets a 6.47 for that. And that Priority, I don't know that the wave would have made that much difference if Tom O'Leary had gone for it. But I think that we have just seen Luca Owen take the under-16 boys final in the last heat of the day. And now you can see Greg.
Yep.
Greg is the figure to the far left of the picture. So you can see two people together, and then that's Greg. And Greg is looking at his phone. He might even be listening to us. Greg, if you can hear us, the boy has probably done it. Greg will just be waiting to see this last score of Arthur Buick drop. So Luca's last score doesn't change the situation to 1.83, other than that it kept O'Leary off. Buick, will it be a 6.47? Brackets, no. But until the score is on the screen, it isn't official. So we're waiting for that score to drop for the last of Buick. It's probably going to be under about 3, I would say. Definitely nothing's official until that comes in. Greg Owen, he's looking nervously at his phone still. I think he probably knows by now, because he'll know that the one wave left to count is the last of green, Arthur Buick. So we are about to see Luca Owen take it down here. Tom O'Leary holds on to second place. So Kobe Williams, despite getting a 4.07 for that last wave, so he was right to claim it. It wasn't enough to pop up into second. And we still wait. We got that turning disc on the screen. I'm absolutely as close to certain as I've ever been. But like I say, I'm not a judge. And if I was a judge, I'd be a bad one. I'd be a worse judge than you, Kieran. You've got a really nice, calm head. You know, you can pick these things up.
Well, I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure about that, but it's, the boys had a hard work out there, and from what I saw,
it's in. Oh, I tell you what, he didn't go that far off. It was a 4.4 for Arthur Buick. So it didn't go that far off. No. So Luca Owen has taken it down. And Greg is making his way over to congratulate his son. So what you can see there now, Greg is the figure. He's cheering. There he is. See Greg's arms in the air. Yes. There he is. He is delighted. Look at that. Greg Owen with the arms in the air.
Is that one of the signals?
He's off to yeah, that is. I think they'll have to erase that signal. They won't be able to sell that signal to the LA Rams, will they? That is 2 arms raised for victory for Greg and Luca. There he goes again. There we are. He is delighted.
Well done.
Look at that. He's clapping, hands over his head. I mean, it was a consummate performance, wasn't it, Key?
Yeah, amazing. We had all the drama, all the waves. I mean, there's plenty of waves, wasn't it? It wasn't
there was
like
plenty of waves in that final.
they weren't sitting around waiting.
I can tell you right now, we had the surfer in red ride 7.
Yeah.
That was Luca Owen. The surfer in white, Kobe, rode 8. Arthur Buick rode 9, and Tom O'Leary rode 5.
Yeah, so you know
That's
it's
a lot of
worth doing.
waves.
It's worth doing, and Lancet, you know, as difficult it is to surf it, it'll give you a little bowl.
About 25, 30 waves.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and there's not much surf around, so I think the boys have done. It was a good call today, wasn't it?
I think so.
Running
Yeah,
it and, you know,
yeah. And we ended up taking the right bits of the tide.
yeah.
Now I think there's going to be a presentation, and generally we do have. I think we're going to change over to the stereo mics, so I think there's a good chance that you'll be able to hear the presentation. So yeah, I mean, from the 2 days you've watched a bit of the action, Kieran. What's been your moment of the event?
Well, I have to say that, you know, coming in and, you know, seeing the finals, those last couple of waves, and
Yeah.
especially you know, young Luca there doing those excellent turns, and that one wave, you know, fair play. It was a bit of a runner, wasn't it?
Yeah,
There's you know,
you're talking about the left on
yeah,
the backhand.
yeah.
Comment, guys. Comment on the YouTube page. There's how to do it.
You know, I didn't quite see any of this. I saw some of the sets on the ledges earlier, and they looked like really good conditions.
Yeah, there was some really good action in the girls'
Yeah,
finals there.
that was pretty good.
We've got Phil Williams from Christian Surfers UK. He's congratulating Luca and Greg.
Yeah, that's
So people seem to be ascribing a bit of that win to Greg. For me, that. I mean, I'm from Porthcawl, and you know, known these guys all my life. That's well, I haven't known Luca all my life because he hasn't existed for all of my life. But I've known him all of his life, and I'm landed for him there. I think you know, he's been surfing a lot this winter, working real hard.
And Buick was from West Wales, yeah.
Yeah, West Wales.
Well, there you go. See, you know, it's representing. I like
representing, and Ewan Buick in the previous heat. I think his backhand attack yesterday, and then his dominance of that last heat as well, and then Josie Hawke. Indy Lynch.
There seems to be a lot of Groms down west, isn't
Yeah.
there? You know, compared to around here, from what I've heard. You know, there's
Yes.
not too many little up and
No, I mean,
comers in Lancet.
in the girls, you know, there's a heap of them. Taylor Shelmerdine, Indy Lynch, Josie Hawke, Poppy Owen.
Excellent.
The standard in that was fantastic.
Yeah.
And you know, that heat that they had on the ledges, you know, it just cleaned up and it just looked beautiful for a little while.
All the girls are going to be inspired with what's going on in the Pro Tour with the girls, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, it's more exciting than the men at the moment,
yeah,
isn't it?
it is.
Female
There's
surfing.
more characters, isn't there?
Yeah.
I saw Sawyer Lindblad's
Yeah.
9 point something right
Just
at Chopra the other day.
dropped out of the sky, and so like,
And
you know,
blasted
if you're
out.
if you're a young girl looking at that, you know, that is amazing.
It
Isn't
was
it?
incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, incredible.
I mean, you can see the guys. You know, the guys are going to do that stuff anyway.
Yeah.
But to see, you know, seeing the girls taking it on and going for it.
Yeah,
any, any
an
young
exciting
girl's going to
time,
be
isn't it?
inspired. Yeah, I think
And
it's
I'm
brilliant.
assuming you've watched Caitlin Simmers in
Yeah.
Maps to Nowhere.
Brilliant. Just you know,
Mind blowing, isn't it?
Yeah, what a wave, you know.
Yeah.
Did you try and well, I can't really talk about where.
I did try to work out where it was.
We all have, haven't
Jamie
we?
Bateman apparently knows and claims he's not going to tell anyone. I don't know if he's told you.
He's got an NDA, isn't he? You've signed an NDA.
He's
You must
done an NDA.
any of those surf line guys would have had to sign an NDA on that.
I'm trying to work out if I got any dirt on him or anything.
Yeah,
I can
we'll have to do
blackmail
something,
him
don't
for,
we?
you know. But my dad told me that he thought it was the Gulf of Mexico, and I thought he had some insider info, but it just turned out that he'd spotted the Gulf of Mexico on the guy's computer in the program at one point. But I don't think it was. I think we're gonna
Yeah.
get out there because I'm going to be doing the
Good effort.
presentation. So
Nice one, Tom.
stay tuned. Thank you so much, Kieran Thompson. It's been fantastic
pleasure.
having you in the booth. Now, I'm going to get you to commit live on air now. You're going to come on. You're going to come on the podcast, Crest, and maybe do a walk through your story because you've got some pretty cool stories to tell. You fancy doing that at some point in the next year or two?
I'll come in. Yeah, I'll come in and have a chat. You know,
Love to do
continue
that.
the, you know, whatever.
Yeah, we'd love to do that. We'll get you on Crest at some point, Kieran. It's been an absolute pleasure to speak to you. Give
Nice one,
my
Tom.
love to your
Cheers,
brother
all.
Col as well,
Of course,
Colin
yeah.
Garrett. And right, we're gonna stay tuned for the presentation. We'll get a few commercial messages, and then you'll have a sign on the screen reminding you that it's upcoming. And if you want to see the kids rewarded for what they did, then we'll see you shortly. So yeah, diolch am edrych. Thanks for watching.
Thank you very much.
Speak to you guys soon.
Cheers, Tom.
right. Ow! When the show was over, we all went into town. Made an Eskimo in a white gown.
Yeah, which one is? Whichever's not red. One, I think. Yeah, no, that's not it yet. I am not including the bomb. Oh, good. You see the picture, Nick? Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, we were talking about that skateboard you sent me a picture of, didn't you? Because I sent that to Luke and he replied, he was like, please tell me you know Jones that skateboard. So you need to know.
I know.
White surfboard with the square black cover on them, isn't it? Listening to auto-tune hip hop. Stuck on his phones. Where's Tracy today then? Well, they're saying their family are down. So right, so I put in a lift down the beach. unplugged so I can.
This too?
Yes, please. Is this your beautiful little bag?
Yes. I'm gonna pack my stuff.
Pack your stuff up, yeah. Oh, well done, Diana.
No,
You-
well done you
You've
as well.
muscled through with subpar technology today. It was very frustrating, wasn't it? And in second place and taking the ladies' title is Katie David. And that means that the winner of the under 18 boys longboard is Willem Beck. Willem Beck with a W, here he is. Well done, Willem. And well done to Katie. So we've got 2 champions being crowned in that heat. Well done to everyone involved. Very exciting final. Well done, guys. Give them a big hand. Get a couple of photographs. So under 14 boys on standby, and when you guys head away from the podium, if you can give your vests to the under 14 girls, that would be great. Thank you. We'll just give them a second to have their pictures taken. Yes, and Katie, jump up onto the number 1. There we go. Well done, guys. Well done.
Yeah, we've done the boys. Yeah. We did it yesterday.
So the under 14 boys was awarded yesterday, so we're going to go straight into the girls. So if you can get your vests on, please. Thank you.
Position.
That is the first and this is the fourth.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move into this category. The under 14 girls in third place. Well done, Indy Ward.
Just did not Jesus Christ.
In second place, well done, Indy. In second place, Taylor Shelmadine.
Second.
Yep.
And the winner,
Thank you.
defending her title, it is Josie Hawke. Well done, Josie. Da iawn. Ardderchog.
Get out of the way. Is it under 16?
Under 16 boys.
Okay, so we're going to move into the under 16 boys, and then if the under 16 girls can get yourselves ready with your vests as well, please.
Second. Third.
The under 16 boys. Now, this final did, as they're getting their vests on, this final saw the invention of a new dance in Welsh surfing, and it involves putting 2 arms in the air like this lots of times, and it's called the Gregorina. So apparently the meme is already being put together for the Instagram feeds later. So, in 4th place, Kobe John Williams. Well done, Kobe. Great stuff. Well done, Kobe. Good hold in there as well. Very good. Strong. And in 3rd place, Tom O'Leary. Well done, Tom. In 2nd place, Arthur Buick. Well done, great surfing, well done. And the winner, with that left-hander right into the beach, and creator of the new dance, the Gregorina, it is Luca Owen. Well done, Luca. Congratulations. Jump up to the podium. Stand on top of the podium there. Oh, right. We're going to give a little bit of surfboard assistance there. Look at the sportsmanship there. And there we go, guys. There they are, the finalists, the under 16 boys.
Jesus, my knees.
Well done, guys. Enjoying the smiles on the faces there. Well done. Okay, and we're going to move on to the under 16 girls. So we're gonna now we had in this one we had the same 4 guys make both finals, which is really good sign for Welsh surfing. So we got guys here picking up these awards, and they've got years left in the juniors. So the future of Welsh surfing, I think, looks really, really bright from watching these girls' finals that have taken place this weekend. It's really exciting. So in 4th place in the under 16 girls, Taylor Shelmerdine. Well done, Taylor. And in 2nd place, Indy Lynch. Well done, Indy. And 3rd place, Poppy Owen. Sorry, read the 2 results in the wrong order. So Poppy Owen in 3rd and Taylor in 4th and Indy in 2nd. And so that makes our winner, defending the 2nd of her titles, Josie Hawke. Fantastic. Now, Josie succeeding where Manchester City failed, because they couldn't do the double treble. But I think Josie has done the double treble, hasn't she? Is there such a thing? So she should be having her own open top bus parade through St. David's, I think. You guys should be working on it. And so, under 18 boys, if you can get your vests on ready, and then I think you guys can probably keep yours, can't you? Or are they slightly different colours?
Oh, yeah.
Before we go into the under 18 boys, we're going to give another very special award, which is given to the best up and coming Pembrokeshire surfer, and it's an award that honours and celebrates the memory of one of the founding fathers of Welsh surfing, the great late Paul Spider Ryder. And so this is the Paul Ryder Award, and that award this year has been, it's an award where a panel gets together and discusses it, and that award we are absolutely delighted to award the Paul Ryder Award to Poppy Owen. Well done, Poppy. Phil Sadler's bringing you that award now. Let's get that lifted up above your head, loud and proud. Well done, Poppy. You've been shredding all week. I'm told. There we are. There's a camera there. There's an audience of excited fans over there. Give them all a smile. Show them your award. You can give a speech if you want, Poppy. Oh, that'll do.
You're thinking about it.
Okay. And we go into the under 18 boys. And this one was a very competitive affair indeed. In 4th place, Kobe John Williams. Well done, Kobe. Well done. And in 3rd place, Thomas O'Leary. Second place, Willem Beck. And with the highest combined heat total of the event and Some really fantastic surfing, a deadly backhand attack, a fins free approach on the front side, an absolute pleasure to watch. The winner, Ewan Buick. Well done, Ewan. Up you get, there we go. Top of the podium. Stick that cup up in the air, Ewan. Go on, up above your head. There we go. That's where it belongs. That's it. Well done. Fantastic, guys. Your under 18 boys final. Give them a big hand. And the under 18 girls final is to be called next. Great prizes here from Mystic.
Do I need to go get the stuff somewhere? Is that full?
So we move into the under 18 girls final, and again this was the final that took place over on the ledge, and they picked up some really beautiful bowls and surfed them accordingly. Fourth place, Taylor Shalmadine. Well done, Taylor. And in third place, the recently minted Rider Award winner, Poppy Owen. She's back up. In second place, styling through that section on those right-handers, it is Indy Lynch. And not only had it never been done before, it has definitely never been done twice. The double treble. So 6 Welsh titles, and she's not even out of the under 14s. The winner